Good morning. It's June the 8th, and we're just getting ready to start our regular council meeting for today. I'll start by saying that all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 41. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 o'clock. We'll start with item 3.1, regular council meeting minutes from May the 25th. Are there any errors or omissions? Oh, sorry, adoption of the agenda, thank you. I was on a roll. First, we need to adopt the agenda, my apologies.
I'll move adoption.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, those in favor? Now we can go to 3.1. So looking at the regular meeting minutes from May the 25th, any errors or omissions? If there is none, we're looking for someone to adopt the May 25th meeting minutes. Councillor Swanson, those in favor? That is carried. That brings us to item 4.1, appointment of Chief Administrative Officer. Who would like to lead that off? Mr. Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. With the culmination of the recruitment process following Mr. Emmons' retirement, administration is recommending that council appoint Christopher Reed as Chief Administrative Officer effective June 1st, 2021.
All right. Any questions? Seeing none, I would be very pleased to make that motion. Those in favor? That is carried. Welcome, Mr. Reed. Would you like a moment or two to say a few words?
Certainly, Reeve Laird and Council. I'm much appreciative of your support or faith in me, and I'm certain that we are beginning what they would call a beautiful partnership, and I'm excited to get to work. So thank you very much, and that's it. Thank you.
Well, welcome aboard. We have high expectations, and I'm quite confident, as is our team, you and our county team will deliver on all of those expectations. All right. That brings us to item 5.1, Regional Emergency Management Bylaw and Agreement. Ms. Hager.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. Good morning, members of council. Council will recall at their April 13th meeting, you directed administration to work with the Summer Village of Burnstick Lake as well as the Village of Caroline admins to renew the emergency management agreement and create some bylaws. And those bylaws anticipate a ministerial order under section 14D of the local authorities emergency management regulation in order for the Summer Village and the village to both delegate their respective emergency management powers to Clearwater County. I didn't include the previous agreement. It did expire in February 26 of this year, but it's very similar to the draft agreement and bylaw that council will see before them. I know council is also aware that a ministerial order is required for the establishment of a joint emergency management committee, or a JEMC, and for the creation of that joint emergency management agency to act as an agent of more than one of the local authorities, and in order for the village and the Summer Village to be able to delegate those powers under the Emergency Management Act. So before council is a draft bylaw 110821 that has been reviewed by some staff at Alberta Emergency Management Agency to ensure that it meets the intent of the legislative requirements in order to request that ministerial order. And the agreement itself was also reviewed by Clearwater County's legal counsel, the same counsel that had drafted the previous regional agreement. And just a snapshot, and I know it was in the last agenda item when we talked about it, what the agreement and the bylaw in Cole's notes prescribe are a joint emergency management between the three parties The dispute resolution is going to be, as per the intermunicipal collaboration frameworks, that there would be a regional director of emergency management appointed, an RDEM, through the committee. The Joint Emergency Management Committee would consist of 7 county councillors, 1 village councillor, and 1 summer village councillor. And the joint agency to be appointed by the regional DEM and may include summer village and village staff, but it's not required. And if there's an emergency requiring a state of local emergency within Clearwater County's municipal jurisdiction, the quorum means there has to be at least 2 county councillors present to make to have a meeting, and the reeve, deputy reeve, or 2 members of council could declare a state of local emergency should the whole committee not be able to meet. And there's no proportionate cost share in this agreement. I think we talked about it the last time I was here, and that is more of a fee for service, and that also we'd be seeking any kind of disaster relief program funding with their partners on their behalf. And again, the term of the agreement is perpetual, so it's a little different than some of our other agreements where there's an end date so that we can take a look and renew and modernize as we need to. Because of the ministerial order, we were advised to leave it perpetual with a 1-year out clause, and then we could seek ministerial order to dissolve it if we needed to. Again, not a likely probability. So that being said, before council again is a bylaw 1108-21 to allow us to go forward and do what we're asking as part of the regional emergency management agreement, and then as well ask for that ministerial order. And then the agreement itself just kind of provides a little bit more detail in terms of the partnership, how we're going to communicate with our partners, what we expect from each other, but very similar to the previous regional agreement. So would council wish me to go through in detail bylaw and agreement, or answer questions?
It looks like we've all reviewed it. I appreciate your offer. Perhaps if there's any questions, that might be the faster way to look at this. If there's any questions, I'm looking for comments. Doesn't look like we have any of those.
Can I add one more thing? And
Please do.
Summer Village, Therese from the Summer Village actually brought to my attention 4.2 just required amendment. I've amended the version that we have, but it wasn't amended in our council package. I just removed the words "of the mayor." It was just kind of, it was how we're going to notify them if we begin emergency management. Let me just see. No, in the agreement, I believe. Tracy Lynn, I think that's the bylaw. Yes, under notice, you'll see where it says, Clearwater County shall via telephone as soon as reasonably possible after becoming aware of an emergency or disaster within the boundaries of a municipality, notify the chief administrative officer of the mayor of the municipality. So we just removed the word of the mayor of, or of the mayor, and we left it at the CAO of the municipality, and then they can pass that along to their elected officials. So very minor wording amendment that was suggested by the Summer Village, so I appreciated that catch. And would still recommend the council adopt the bylaw first and then endorse the emergency management agreement as amended, if you wouldn't mind.
All right. So first things first, we'll work on the bylaw. So if there's no questions or amendments that we're looking at, we're looking for a motion for first reading of bylaw 1108-21. Councillor Duncan? Those in favor? That is carried. So now we're looking for second reading. Councillor Hoven? I would move. Those in favor? That is carried. Next, we're looking for permission for third reading. Councillor Lougheed? Those in favor? That is carried. That brings us to third reading of bylaw 1108-21. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer. Those in favor? That is carried. So that is part of the job done. We now have a bylaw. now we need to work on the agreement. That council endorses for signature the new Regional Emergency Management Agreement would be the next motion. Councillor Hoven?
I would move that.
All right, those in favor? That is carried. Now, the last piece, of course, it involves including our friends at the provincial government, that the council directs administration to seek a ministerial order for the Joint Emergency Management Committee and Regional Emergency Management Agency contemplated in Bylaw 110821. Councillor Swanson? Those in favor? That is carried. Ms. Hager, that is very well done. It's regional opportunities like this that show the strength of working together. So thank you for putting all this effort into this on behalf of all of us. That brings us to item 6.1. I see we have Public Works. Mr. Hanson is here for a draft Clearwater County Equipment Contractor Survey. And I see you've been busy, so that's awesome. You can walk us through 6.1.
Absolutely. Good morning, Council. Reeve Liard. I guess I'd like to start off with the staff recommendation. That is that Council reviews the draft survey provided, amend as required, and direct administration to publish the survey. So for the background, during the May 11th, 2021 regular council meeting, council passed motion administration to draft and present a survey for current and past contractors that will provide feedback on potential amendments to the current hiring of equipment policy for council's approval. And that's at today's date, so we met the deadline. Happy to say we did. Staff has since drafted a survey with the intention of gathering feedback from equipment contractor community and the public. The results of the survey will be brought back to council at a future date and work through updating the current hiring of equipment policy. So for council's information, I've provided our current hiring of equipment policy as well as the draft survey questions. I'd like to thank my team as well as all the directors that provided feedback for the questions. As you may see, the trend with the survey is really using the parent document of the current hiring of equipment policy, right from the policy objective through all the highlights and points. So trying to create a unbiased survey to really break down the existing policy and get feedback from the contractor community on that policy. So hopefully we'll be able to glean enough good information from the community to help us revise create a more modern hiring equipment policy. So happy to answer any questions.
All right. Do we have, Councillor Lougheed.
Yes, thank you. I'd have one question on the policy. I did get a chance to review it a little bit. On point 10, I think it's page 35 of 153 or page 4 of 16. It says there that only council may reinstate a contractor terminated by council. A little puzzled by that one. Is there an instance where council would hire a contractor or terminate a contractor?
I know of the example to where that clause came from. It was a specific contractor that actually came in uninvited to council and provided their perspective. And it was from there that actually that clause was added. So it was basically, as with all things we do, respect for council as a whole is held as the utmost regard from staff and the contractor community that we hire. So it was actually derived from that it was a council decision to that contractor was not to be working with us for on any county projects moving forward.
Well, that's enlightening.
This is a policy that's been in place since 2001, so there's been a lot of conversations that have had, over the last 20 years, and whether you know, I guess this creates that opportunity, you know, this is a new council, it's a new day. You know, when we revisit this policy and create a new guidelines to what's important from us, we glean that information from the community, and this council sitting at the table, maybe that's something that's not a priority anymore. But that is the brief history there.
Councillor Duncan.
Councillor, I did not catch that in my review, but if you look at item 9, it says contractors may appeal to council the decision. So I think maybe number 10 goes a bit hand in hand with that, because if they appeal to us, if there's a decision by us, then it would go both ways, whether we terminate or whether we rehire.
Thank you. I'm not sure that that's the appropriate location of appeal either. It perhaps should be to the CAO.
Well, I think that's true, that, you know, if we're going to take a look at this, do we remove council entirely from this, or, you know, make it clear when council is appropriately acts in this policy?
Yeah, perhaps it's a process of steps of hierarchy. You know, I could see them going to the CAO before coming directly to council. I think that would be appropriate, and eventually I suspect everybody wants to get to council, but I wouldn't want to see our CAO's office diminished in the process. Councillor Duncan, do you have a supplemental?
I'll just take part in.
Okay, Councillor Lang.
Just a thought or suggestion. I'm just wondering if we should go through this question by question. I'm not sure if all the questions are needed or appropriate, or perhaps all the questions could be covered by just one simple question. I was thinking, in consideration of Clearwater County's policy statement and procedures, do you believe the policy is working for the local contractors? Yes or no? If no, why not? Comments and recommendations, and just leave it open, free-flowing, see what comes in. Just a thought, but we could go through these one by one as well.
Councillor Duncan.
I hesitate on a survey to do that. How do you quantify the answers and you know, come up with the trends or statistics if there's just one open-ended question there? You know, I think what Eric has outlined he's trying to do here is they've broken or gone through the policy and tried to ask questions on different parts of the policy. So, you know, if we're going to try and quantify or look at changes, to do an analysis of the survey, I think we need to have some separate questions. I can't see making it one open-ended question and then trying to break it down from that point. Too much subjectivity into it, I think, then we want to make this somewhat scientific if we can.
All right. I think at the very end of this, there's an opportunity to provide comments, and perhaps that's where we could put that additional wording that you've suggested. But perhaps we go through, as Councillor Lang asked, maybe we'll just go through this question by question. Do you want to lead us through it?
Absolutely. So, of course, the lead-in, of course, is Clearwater County is requesting input from the equipment contractors and the public to assist council and administration in updating the hiring of equipment policy and procedure. Survey participants are asked to provide their insight and submit any questions or comments. We have provided a comment box for every question. Please check the county's website in the coming weeks to view the final results, which will inform the decision-making process for council and policy implementation for county staff. So, again, I'd like to thank all of my staff members in creating this, as well as Michael there, who assists us with creating the actual survey template. So, question 1, we're starting right at the top. Please indicate the contracted equipment services provided by your organization, or if you're providing public input. So that opens up the opportunity for, you know, still not specific, it's an anonymous survey, but we get each one we'd be able to categorize as if they were what type of equipment operator or the public, and then be able to glean the balance of the responses from there.
Councillor Councillor Lang.
Eric, you said this, like, this is good that it's an anonymous survey. How do we put confidence out there to the public and the contractors that it is anonymous? Like, if they return by email, it's not anonymous. How can we ensure that so that we can get the feedback?
It's something I can work with Michael on, especially specifically for if the survey was online through the website. I believe I'd have to look to maybe Murray in the meantime, that if the survey was completed on a web-based survey platform, then it could be anonymous. Of course, if it's sent by email, it's going to have the signature on it. There's not much we can do about that. If it was hand-delivered, if it was printed off, check marked, extra notes, that could be anonymous. So there are ways that it could be anonymous. But
I was gonna suggest maybe perhaps the old-fashioned way too, have some hard copies that can be picked up. Not everyone out there has access to the internet and the web services. So I think that would work for a portion of the contractors and public.
Mr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve Laird. Yeah, I can confirm Mr. Hansen's understanding that through the web-based survey utilities that we're using, it will be anonymous. There won't be a requirement to send an email, although that's an option if somebody wants to take that. As well, we have also considered the ability to have hard copy available for anybody that wants to fill it out that way too.
So we've got both options, multiple options available. Councillor Swanson?
I have an issue with an anonymous entry because for me, it's how do you weigh that comment? How do you qualify that that is a legit contractor versus somebody that's, hacked in and taking the opportunity to, it has no background in this. So to me, it's like they have to identify themselves. They can, there's a way, a third party that they can, I guess I'm looking at it, this is an opportunity for a public or somebody else to have a complaint and not own up to it. We are required, if you have a complaint, that you're to sign our name, that in regards to any of the bylaws that, any of the complaints that handle through planning, like through the MPC. Like if there's a legit concern in regards to a subdivision or whatever else, you sign your name and to that particular complaint or in that regard. So for me, it's like I'm against anonymous. And I guess my question to Eric is this: have we had complaints in the past and how are they handled?
yes, we've had complaints in the past. We deal with them typically through, if the issue typically starts at the field level, with a foreman or supervisor. That issue is, if it can't be brought up and dealt with through the director, the CAO is involved. Other issues are brought straight to a councillor, then it comes down back through the proper channel of going back to the CAO. The CAO talks to the director, investigations are completed. There hasn't been too many complaints. There's none that I can't see that we have never been able to work through. We have a good relationship with our contractor community here. Of course, there's going to be rubs the wrong way. There's conflict personalities. Those are things that we just can't get away from. When you're working with over 35, 40 different individual contractors, there's a lot of personalities to try to manage. So we're quite proud of our ability to deal with these difficult situations and work through complaints or issues. I think it makes us stronger. Excuse me. It makes us stronger as a leadership team and as an organization to be able to deal with conflict and be able to resolve that and come to a conclusion.
As the conversation has progressed, I'm reminded that the survey is not necessarily a process for complaints. We have a process for that, but it is an invitation for contractors and interested parties to assist us in redeveloping and drafting this important document in the hiring of equipment. So I think it's all in how we frame this, that it's about gleaning good information to have the best possible policy on equipment hiring. And I think that that's going to be an important part of framing this at the very beginning. I recognize without a doubt there's also opportunity for that. So I can understand where you're coming from, Councillor Swanson, but I think it's important to focus on why we're doing this. Councillor Lang.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Swanson. You bring up a good point and valid point. However, I do believe that we will have a greater participation if this is anonymous. And I think there's a bit of a perception out there, contractors are fearful to say anything, that it may affect work they may get from the county in the future. So I do think an anonymous survey will give us the best results to build a good policy.
All right. There's a couple perspectives there. Perhaps as we work through the survey, by the time we get to the end, we can talk about that, whether we want to leave it anonymous or not. Easy for me to say that word today. Are there anything that are we happy with the first question? If we are, let's move on to question, I'll call it number 2. They're not numbered, but that's okay.
Absolutely. So there again, times your equipment have been contracted to work for Clearwater County within the last 5 years. We provide options there. There again, we're trying to build the profile of the respondent to say, you know, how much, you know, the type of contracted equipment we have, how many times you worked with us, and there again, another, trying to build the profile of how we could bring this information back as a summary.
Councillor Lang?
So I guess I have a little bit of problem with the word times in that question. One time could be 3 months of consecutive work, or one time could be 1 day or 1 hour. So I'm wondering if the question could be worded, approximately how many hours has your equipment been contracted to work for the county in the last 5 years? Might give a bit better understanding.
Have an extra pen. I guess I'd look to maybe more of a consensus. You know, I appreciate the feedback. How would you like to deal with the changes there, Revelard?
That's when I'm looking, I see a number of council lights on, so I'm just go to Councillor Duncan.
I guess I would just maybe look for a bit of clarity here. I think you're looking at probably jobs as opposed to maybe hours or, you know, when you say times of your equipment, you know, just based on the policy, there's some jobs that are 3 days, some jobs that could be like 3 months, as Councillor Lang has suggested. So if that's what you're trying to achieve, maybe there just needs to be a little bit more clarity there about times referring to the number of jobs, sites you've been on or something. Because we have, you know, everything we do is based on projects, I believe, whether it's, you know, winter graveling or a road rebuilding or something there. And I have one other comment, but I'll just wait till we go through this part, so.
Very well. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yes, thank you. Following up on Councillor Duncan's comments, you know, I think this question of the number of times, I think that could be relevant, but I think you might want to add the total number of days or weeks of work. I think hourly is a little bit too minuscule, but I think the number of times and an indication of the magnitude of, total magnitude of this work that they've done, perhaps by days would be adequate. So I would break it into 2 questions there.
Councillor Lang.
I'm also wondering if maybe it could be the second question, or this could be question 1A and a subsequent question 1B. I'm wondering, just on things I have heard, I'm wondering if there could be a second question, how many, whatever we decide, the number of days, has your equipment been contracted to work for Clearwater County within the last year? So the first question relating to 5 years and the second to 1 year. I'm just wondering with the economy, the downturn and the oil patch. And I'm bringing this up because I've heard concerns from contractors that in the past they have had a lot more work than they have had currently, and there may be very good reasons, I recognize that, but this will bring that to the attention of this council to once again help build a good policy.
All right, Councillor Hoven.
A concern I have with asking for too much information in this, if we are concerned about keeping contractors anonymous, if we ask too many questions about how many times they've been hired in the last 5 years and in the last year and how many days, someone could easily extrapolate that to identify each contractor. So I am fine with the question as it is worded.
So we have a little discrepancy on the time. So are we comfortable with the way the question is, or do we want to frame it into days of work? Perhaps I'll just make that an easier way to move forward. Who's in favor of days of work? Councillor Duncan, you look like you have something to share.
Well, I'm just a bit concerned that if you're going back 5 years, people are gonna have to really go into their records to figure out how many days they've been working for the county. Like, is that, too onerous on the contractors to dig up that information? I don't know, I guess it's, yeah. For me, it would be either number of times or number of jobs.
Councillor Lougheed?
I guess for me, the idea of including a number of days wouldn't be defining the actual or exact days. It'd be just kind of a range, whether you'd worked 1 day, whether you'd worked 7 days, whether you'd worked 100. That's kind of the range I would be interested in glimpsing at as trying to get a picture of the comments around each contractor.
Mr. Hanson.
So I guess one thing I would like to identify is actually there's no relevance to how many days or times you've worked that's currently in the policy. This is more of just a profile build of the representation, I think, is what I was going for. So I don't know specifically if one contractor would say I've worked 150 days, or 100 days in 2020 for Clearwater County, how would that affect a policy decision or a policy creation compared to somebody that worked 25? I'd be curious because this would be, from a policy direction, that's why I say this is just really a profile build on a respondent to say, okay, this is the type of person that we're dealing with, or, if we have, I'd be kind of curious to know. We're trying to build a policy, based on the information that's gleaned. Of course, we have to have a profile so we know kind of who we're hearing from while keeping it anonymous. But I don't know where the benefit would be getting too granular, with that question.
I think it's a matter of waiting and as you said, profiling the person who has 1 day versus many days. Deputy Reeve.
I think in answer to that, my understanding of it would be to consider whether we should be sharing more equitably, or should we be sharing based upon some other measure. Sometimes, sometimes it's habitual. It's just kind of comfortable going with the same contractor. And I think council should be interested in deciding whether we should try to share out the workload across a number of contractors, all of whom perhaps are capable. And of course, we would expect that the contractor be capable if they're going to share in the work.
Certainly interested in quality of workmanship for sure. So at last count, I had 4 people, 4 councillors in favor of days of work. Councillor Lang.
I'm just thinking if it gets changed to days of work, it should be approximate days, because as Councillor Lougheed mentioned, that's going to be pretty hard to figure out. And of course, the answer's never 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. That's probably going to have to be changed, because if it's a project, you're probably going to be at, a lot of them are going to be more than 5 times. So you might want to just leave a line, approximate number of days, and they can write in what it is. How many times has your equipment been contracted to work, or how many days, approximately how many days has your equipment been contracted to work for Clearwater County within the last 5 years? And then just put a blank and they can fill it in.
All right. Then there was a piece that you had mentioned, Councillor Lang, about in the last 1 year. Are you still interested in that as well? Or is that something that you think we'll be able to capture in that first question?
Not unless they just put it in their comments. And this comes from, I've heard of contractors that have worked for the county a fair bit in the past, and in the last year they have not. And I would like an opportunity for those contractors to actually put that in. And there may be good reason, I understand that. But the question as it is, yes, they worked in the last 5 years. Have they worked in the past year? No. And we should hear about that as a council.
Councillor Duncan?
I think we should have a 1B.
Councillor Duncan?
I would suggest there's also opportunity in the comments for them to suggest that too, that their work has been in, years 3 and 4 or something like that, as opposed to, or nothing in the past year could be added to the comments for them, if that's something they feel strongly about.
Councillor Hoven?
I'm going to have to agree with Eric. This question is just to define, get a little more information about how many jobs, roughly, approximately, a person's had with the county. We don't need to have the total description of how much did you work, have you not worked this year. If we want all that information, we should have the contractor identify themselves so we can know exactly what it is and get the accurate data for it instead of relying on someone's interpretation of how many days they've been hired. We either have to go where it's anonymous and broad or specific and exact. And it sounds like we're trying to do both. And we've only done 2 questions. And I would just like to say, I think we are getting way out into the weeds with defining what administration is putting in a survey. It's, we wanted a survey. Administration came back with a survey. I'm not happy with us going through each question and fine tuning where the commas are in the questions. I think we've heard some general comments from people, but to get this specific, we're going to be here till midnight tonight.
Well, I don't believe that we all want to be here till midnight. I think there's opportunity to give administration some additional insight as to what our thinking is, which will help frame each of these questions. If we don't want to be so specific as to ask how many years, perhaps, rather than asking the 1 year, perhaps we do indicate in the comments section to provide additional information. And that may be an opportunity forward. And maybe at the beginning we ask, are you providing the survey input as a contractor? Yes or no? Maybe that's an additional thing and it's just left at that. I hope that would make it more general for all of our council and for the respondents. Mr. Reid, I sense you have something to share.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. Using the new guy credit, how many of those do I get?
Quite a few.
I am watching as your new CAO, but also as an outsider coming in. And with the amount of notes I've taken, this feels a lot more like a workshop topic than it does an item for decision today. And I would like to ask or suggest, is that a possibility that council would rather see this as a workshop? Because I will be honest, I see several different intentions in the type of questions you're asking. And so I would look to have a focus. Eric would love to have the clarity of what's our goal here. So I'm wondering if that's a possibility for this council, if they can see a way to say, this is bigger than we thought, and perhaps it should be a workshop, given what I've seen of the way you perform at workshops.
Sounds like a very sage piece of advice first thing this morning. Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. I agree with you, and my understanding is that we were to have a workshop after the results of the survey came back in. But perhaps we should have a workshop first. That might be a good idea.
Councillor Duncan.
Just looking at the rest of the questions, for me, these first two are the ones we're going to struggle with. After that, I think they're really administrative in nature, and I would say that, you know, the workshop after the survey would be sufficient for that. I think if we can get through this first couple general questions that kind of define the contractors and what we're looking for there, I think will be, the rest of this survey will go quite quickly for council.
Councillor Swanson, and then I'll go to Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Since Councillor Lang has asked for this back in May 11th for this survey, and now we've had an opportunity to look at what Public Works has gotten forward, I'm curious as to if any of my fellow councillors have put questions forward to Eric in regards to this, for this ask. Like, was there specific questions that had to be asked that are not included in this survey that they felt that needed to be asked?
I'm not sure that, I know I did not put any forward. I'm not sure that we had been asked for that input. Maybe we were.
During the council meeting there, it was opened up to council to send any questions that they had wanted included in the survey. I didn't have any responses in that regard. So we bounced it off, I say our leadership team, my staff, that's how we came up with the survey.
And thank you for that clarity. I simply couldn't remember being offered that. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to comment that I agree with Councillor Duncan's observations about this item, second here at the bottom of the page, second question at the bottom of the page is really the main area that I think needs some definition. And if we can just spend a few minutes on this, I think we've offered up a couple of suggestions. I think the number of times worked in the last 5 years is appropriate. And also, if you had a supplementary or a second part to that, indicating the number of hours or times worked in the past year, I think we'd have this solved and identify whether, and that would tend to identify whether a contractor who has generally been at the average in terms of their deployment in the county, whether they are continuing to share normally, or whether the deployment has been altered in some way. So I think we can fix it up right here quickly. I don't want to be here for another hour, let alone I don't want to be here more than 5 minutes.
While I recognize that we don't want to have an inordinate amount of time, I think it is worthy of some further discussion as we get through, and I'm confident we won't be, I'm confident it'll be more than 5 minutes, but I'm hopeful that we won't be an hour. Councillor Duncan.
I tend to agree with Councillor Vandermeer here. I think just a second question, if we add a part B to that one for the past year, 5 years and the past year, just to give us maybe a bit of a COVID trend or a bit of a, if there's any anomalies out there based on weather, et cetera, that may crop up.
All right. Mr. Hanson.
I don't want to complicate this too much, but we have those records of which contractors worked for us in the last 5 years and the company name. Like these are the professional relationship that we have between the county and the contractor. We have all the records of all the contractors' names and the amount of, where's the dollars than the days. So it'd be actually probably be a more accurate representation of which contractor, how many dollars they've made over the last 5 years from the county. So instead of making every contractor do all the work to report back, we actually have that's all in our financials.
That's a very good point, and it would be very accurate, and it'd be interesting to get that information back from staff. Councillor Lang.
I think that would be good information to come back at a workshop, Eric. But I also think the second question on the survey for our contractors would be good as well. It'd be interesting to hear from some of them.
All right. Now, I recognize we also have a delegation at 10 o'clock. Before we move on to the rest of the survey, perhaps we can table this until later in the meeting so that we could have a little bit of a break and get ready for the delegation that's coming in. All right. So we'll make a motion to table this at the moment until later in the meeting. All right. Those in favor? Any opposed? None? That is carried. Why don't we take a 10-minute break while we get ready for our delegation? Okay. It is just coming to 10 o'clock, and we're returning from a brief break. Everybody's got their coffee cup filled, and we now have a delegation before us. Would somebody like to introduce our delegation? Oh, seeing none? That's quite all right. What we will do then is we will start with Councillor Duncan, and we will take our opportunity to introduce ourselves. Councillor Duncan.
Good morning, Jim Duncan, Councillor for Division 1.
Good morning, Daryl Wahid, Councillor for Division 3.
Good morning, John Vandermeer, Councillor Division 4.
Good morning, Cammie Laird. I'm the councillor for Division 2, and it's the area east of Rocky, straddling Highway 598.
Good morning, Teresa Lang, Councillor for Division 5, and it surrounds Rocky Mountain House and goes through to the West Country.
Good morning, Tim Hoven, Councillor for Division 6. I represent Division 6, which is the area south of Highway 54.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Division 7, everything north of Highway 12.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Morning, Christopher Reed, Chief Administrative Officer.
Mr. Smalldon.
Yes, Sam Smalldon. I'm from Keys to Housing Communities.
Mr. Dean.
Reg Dean, Chamber of Commerce, Caroline, and Caroline District Ag Society.
And Mr. Saul.
Good morning, I'm David Saul, urban planner with IBI Group in Calgary.
All right, thank you so much. And we look forward to hearing what your findings were with regard to the Village of Caroline and Clearwater County Senior Housing Assessment. I know that this is something that the community is very engaged in and interested in. You know you've got somebody's attention when Mr. Dean shows up at our table. So we look forward to hearing what you have to share with us today.
Okay, good morning, everybody. The Caroline District Chamber of Commerce and the Ag Society want to propose approximately a 40-unit seniors complex on the county property that was the previous purchased Luchka land and the recently purchased Ream property just west of the current complex of 7.1 acres. Currently, there is a shortage of seniors housing in the south end of the county. All of the seniors are being forced to go to Rocky, Sundre, Rimbey, and moving away from their friends and their families. Also, the mental health of the seniors must be taken into account. We have already lost so many from the Caroline area that didn't want to go, but had to go because there was no place for them. It's a travesty something like this was not built sooner in the south end of the county. The seniors residents will keep seniors in the community that they love, and they can also stay close to family and friends and saving a lot of travel time. We all know relationships between parents, children, grandchildren weaken with distance. It would bring economic activity and growth to Caroline, approximately a 12% increase in population, or maybe more, and it would bring workers and caregivers and up to 20 local jobs. It will bring stability to our doctors, dentists, massage therapists, mental health, addictions counselors, and stuff that operate out of the hub. It will also stabilize the school population, as mom and dad will have a local place to go so children can stay, take over the farm, raise their children in their own community. All of the seniors who move to the new facility will have better care than most in the province. There will be all these health professionals right next door and exercise facilities. They basically have their own personal health care facility. It will be the best in the West, home-cooked meals by local workers, cleaned and maintained by local workers that all live in the community. We all know it is a great need. There's a great need for seniors care. We might as well get ahead of the curve. There's a great opportunity for the county and the village to work with our proven successful groups and build and operate this facility. Jason Kenney has said there's money for seniors care in the province. Our case is strong. We've built an arena, a curling rink, community hall, outdoor recreation facility, complete health and wellness center, world-class preschool system, and daycare facility and dance facility. This project is wanted and it is needed. We have completed step 1, the special needs assessment, and Sam Smalldon is here with Keys to Housing to present more.
Okay, thanks, Reg. As Reg mentioned, we're here to support and provide help in obtaining a demand study, which is basically, its intent is to prove that there is demand. The first step in any project is that there is no project if there is no demand. So we basically need to do this step to make sure we have a strong foundation for planning. As mentioned also by Reg, seniors in rural Alberta, on my experience, want to stay in their communities as long as they can. The other thing is, from a community development point of view, communities want seniors to stay in their communities. It's been proven that a seniors housing project is an anchor to a community. It is vital for the survival and viability of a community. Primarily, it follows that if seniors stay, their families stay, and it brings economic impact because the families are there, employment, economy, there are jobs in this housing, and there are schools and taxes, it all flows. So again, our objective today was to simply do a study and present it to you as to proving the demand. You'll find that the strategies these days are to provide mixed housing strategies, and that is to not just have one type of housing. For instance, the different types of housing would be that there currently is low income in the Mountains Sunset Manor for 8, built in 1981, which is an aged facility. It's about 40 years old, and the life cycle for a wood frame, single level stucco, is about 40 to 50 years. So we're in that time frame where that does need to be replaced. So replacement demand is part of future demand as well as new demand. There is also affordable housing needs, and there's market housing needs. And so our goal is to present to you our study to explore our evidence that there is demand. And we've entrusted that with David Soul from IBI, and he's created a presentation. We also have a full draft report that's available, and our goal is to present this to you for any questions and answers you might have or want before we wrap up the report. So I'll turn it over to David, and he has a PowerPoint presentation, and he'll go through that, and certainly we'll be open to any question and answers. David?
Thank you, Sam, and thank you all for having us here this morning. I was just saying to Sam, it's nice to get a drive and out of my work from home prison. It's been a long year, and also just that, Caroline region and the Clearwater River is dear to my heart. I've spent a lot of time out there, and so it was pleasant to be out here. So as I mentioned, I'm an urban planner with IBI Group. We provide a range of services through the entire planning, design, and development process. I'm at the very beginning, and some preliminary analysis that I'll be sharing with you today. So this needs assessment is kind of like Sam alluded to. It's a foundation. It's a first step. It's an iterative process. It was a desktop study. So it's limited, but I think appropriate in scope. In other words, we do as much as we can at this preliminary stage. And it should hopefully provide some guidance on future needs. And the numbers don't tell a story, the entire story, but and they also don't make for very compelling slides. So my apologies, especially from a design firm where everyone has such fancy stuff. I've got tables for you. So generally, the method we employ in these desktop studies is to, first of all, determine the market and catchment area. And that's always a balance between where we think the seniors are the demands arising from, but also what data availability and the geographic boundaries of that data. We do an inventory of available housing options, and we utilize population projections that are age specific. And those come from a couple sources I'll identify a little bit later. And the main foundation of the work that we do is we maintain a provincial-wide inventory of seniors housing. And when we match that with the seniors population, we get what we call an incidence rate. And so this is looking at the large scale from a province-wide supply and demand. And then if we were to apply that to a small study area, are we seeing what we'd expect from that? So that's the foundation of these studies. And that gives us our expected housing options. And then we provide some qualitative information on trends that we continually research. So first of all, the catchment area. Now, apologies, it's again not that easy to display all this information, but we've got several statistical boundaries here, as well as political boundaries. And you'll see in the red is what maybe most people are less familiar with, is Alberta Health Services divides up their zones into local areas, LGAs, local geographic areas. And that is one of the primary sources of population information that we utilize. And in some cases, these don't align with political boundaries at all, but due to the low density of population in Clearwater County, both the Census Division, which you can see the subdivisions in purple, if you got a keen eye in between the red lines, and the Alberta local geographic area from health services are quite aligned. There's just some small boundary changes around Caroline region in the southeast corner towards Sundre. And then the Clearwater County also is the census subdivision or division that has population projections. So the point of this is to show the geographic basis of the statistics that we've used. And this again, it shows the Alberta Health Services local geographic area. And this is important for seniors more so than the ones that come from Alberta Finance and Treasury, because the finance ones take into account more economic migration, whereas health services is a little bit more in tune with the seniors population. And these areas are defined to balance, again, political boundaries, but also the kind of home base for residents, where they work, where they do their medical and non-medical services. So it provides a really strong basis for population estimates. This slide is just to demonstrate relative populations. So we've got an arbitrary, distance per resident, but it shows the comparative populations of Rocky Mountain House, Sundre, and the county. Now the county's population is around a centroid. Obviously, people are living further to the east mostly. But I think we use this to, and then there's a 75 meter or kilometer radius around Caroline in the dashed line. And what it shows here is that there's a really strong corridor, the north-south Highway 2 and 2A corridor in there. And then off of that, we've got Sundre, Caroline, and Rocky. Hard to read this table. And this is subject to revision if anyone can point out any that we did not visit each of these facilities and confirm each bed. We got this information online and from our database. We do a lot of phone calling and that, but there may be a number offered, and particularly with the designations between the supportive levels 1 and 2. But this is our understanding of the current inventory of seniors options. The categories range from the subsidized housing, subsidized independent housing, all the way up to long-term care. We also, of course, are very concerned with the independent seniors population that's not represented in these designated categories.
Just as I'm looking through the report as we go, I believe that we'll find that particular table on page 65 of 116.
And as I mentioned, we do really want to consider the independent private homes. And this is not surprising to anyone. It's very common throughout most of the, rural Alberta and smaller towns. Is significant majority of seniors are living in single family homes. And they tend to be older, less adaptable, and they tend to be owner occupied. So this table here just shows the age group and their ownership, as well as the housing stock within Census Division 9 and the age of construction. So these are the projections that we used by averaging the Alberta Finance and Treasury Census Division projections and the Alberta Health Services local geographic area of Rocky Mountain House. And we, again, look at ages 75 and up and 85 and up as the two categories of interest. But we also can see large populations of emerging seniors in the 65 and plus age groups throughout these projections as well. And the growth rates are provided. So these tables are also in the report under the corresponding exhibits. So as I mentioned, we apply the provincial incidence rate to the local population to give us an expected inventory of housing and compare that to the actual inventory. When I mentioned that we use provincial incidence rates, I do a modified one for the lodge living by removing the populations and inventories within the cities of Calgary, Edmonton, and Red Deer. And that's because lodge living in rural areas and smaller towns has traditionally been in oversupply, more than we'd like, because there's so few options. And so these lodges were filled with people who didn't have options. And I would like to add also that the demand projections are historic trends, and that's the way they account for migration. So if an area has traditionally seen its seniors leave because of a lack of options, that's going to be reflected in the future projections. So there is an amount of what I would consider conservative estimates in there. More of those seniors would likely stay and not be expected to leave if there was sufficient housing. And we've tried for years to make these really nice to read, but unfortunately there's not a really pleasant way to visually show this information. But I'll go through this first one. And so this is Census Division 9, which corresponds again to the county's boundaries, but it includes the towns. And what you have we've got 3 years shown, so 2021, 2026, 5 years later, and then 2031. And I'll go through them by column here first. So the observed inventory is basically that table I showed you earlier with each facility, and it just added up by category here. The first row is the population of seniors 75 and over. The second row is the net independent. So this is the remainder after all of the other housing options are subtracted. So that's the independent community living. The subsidized self-contained are typically those, such as the 8 units in Caroline, the government funded subsidized independent townhomes for the most part. And then we've got a grouping there of supportive living. So the 1 and 2 grouped together, that would be the lodge style. And then we've got levels 3, 4, and 4D. Again, there might be some variation on the ground in those numbers, but not anticipated to change the results much. And then long-term care. So those are subtotaled there in the blue rows. So that's the current inventory. And the next row is if we apply the provincial incidence rate for each of those categories, what would we expect? And then the third column is the difference between those. So the red numbers show an excess of supply. Now, it's a little bit strange to say that for independent. There's too many people living by themselves, but it just means that we would have expected more of them in some of the other options. And so the black numbers, the positive numbers, show the extra demand that's not being served for each category. And then the following, the projected years, the first column is again, the application of the incidence rate to the population projection. So that would be the equivalent of the second column in the first year. And then we show, again, the difference between the current supply and the 5-year future projected demand. And that third column in the 2026 block there is the projected demand 5 years from now. And again, that's repeated with another column just showing the difference over the 5-year and the 2021. So this again is kind of for the entire study area, census division. And now for illustrative purposes, because this isn't an exact science, I can't tell you this exact number that you should build, but what I've done then is I'm showing Rocky Mountain House independently, and Sundre and Caroline and the AHS district of Sundre. So I'm going to go through those and make note of any interesting findings, and then we can return to the summary after. So Caroline, as we're all well aware, is a small center, and currently we have those 8 subsidized self-contained units. And that's essentially it. So we're showing that even with this small population and the projections, which again are conservative because historically seniors are unable to stay in town, that there is some modest demand for the support of living immediately, and it grows by small amount, proportionate to the population over time. Now, when we look at Rocky Mountain House, just within the town, we can see that there's a lot of excess supply, and that tells us that Rocky Mountain House is serving a wider area. So that's that CD9 demand that we saw is being serviced in Rocky Mountain House. So I think these are useful for that purpose, just to demonstrate that the Rocky is more than filling its own demand and providing for the region. Now this is Clearwater County without the municipalities included. So that's a statistical unit. And here we can see the opposite. There's demand without any services. Again, this is not a surprise, it's just for illustration because you can compare the Rocky one with this and see where that net is occurring. Now we wanted to take a look at Sundre as with its proximity, and the LGA of Sundre is a little bit tighter. It surrounds the town itself quite well, and so this includes the town of Sundre as well. And to a lesser extent, but similar to Rocky, you can see that it's serving a larger population base than just the town. And finally, the town itself this is where we see that the town itself is serving the local area in excess of what the local demand is within the town. So there's a lot of nuances now in market trends. We've been doing this for decades, and in the past it was a lot easier because there was a more regimented, home, lodge, long-term care. And now things are really changing. Unfortunately, not quick enough for people in smaller locations and rural areas. But there are a lot of changes in the expectations of the next generation of seniors. They're entering with higher level of need, often into supportive living. We've got a more diverse population, both economically and socially, that we're finding. Other trends including more couples, be it because men are living longer relative to what they used to in comparison to women, and the age difference between couples has shrunk in recent decades. So we are getting more couples together, but also friends and other different living arrangements that work better for them. So a lot more variety. Technology has certainly changed the way we approach housing. And COVID-19 has certainly changed the way we look at facility living. And this is something we can discuss in the conclusions, but just after I finished this report, the government released their report on facility living, and the conclusions were largely that we're moving away from facility living as much as we can in order to support home care. And my reaction as an urban planner is then, okay, so what is home? Right? And I think that's the problem facing these communities, is that we need an appropriate home in order to have appropriate home care. And I think that's really the key. So this might be a little easier on the eyes. Again, not very exciting, but this is the summary of those demand projections. And you can clearly see that Rocky Mountain House is serving the census division as a whole, and similarly, Sundre is serving that area. So the takeaway for a location like Caroline is that if seniors outside of Rocky Mountain House and Sundre are going to Rocky Mountain House and Sundre because that's where the housing is, would they prefer to be closer to home? And I think we all know that that's most likely true. So rather arbitrarily, I just took a proportionate capture of the Clearwater County demand for demonstration purposes. Clearwater County's, or Caroline, roughly 7% of the wider area and population. So what if we took 7% of that? What would that look like? Again, I think very conservatively, we're showing that there's enough demand at that level to rationalize some provision of alternate housing units in Caroline itself. The second table there, again, is a much larger number of people, and this is the independent living, people who are appropriately or not, largely in those older single-family homes that I showed in the first table. So we can often forget about this population group when we're talking about seniors housing and focused on facilities and designated units. But I think there's a very great opportunity to build community with that independent population and the mixed approach to it. The considerations, I mentioned that before, that housing options are variable in historic migration. So it's, again, often our projections reflect what was in the past, particularly with housing types. When we do demand studies in bigger centers, we look at the propensity for apartment dwellings. But in locations where that didn't exist before, your historical trends and statistics are not as useful because that was not an option before. We have to look at the suitability of the independent living right now, and this shift from facilities to home care. And most of all, particularly as a planner, as Sam put so well too, is that the complete communities are essential, and seniors are a big part of building complete communities. And we need to approach seniors care in a more holistic, sustainable, resilient approach it at home first rather than the healthcare needs. From my point of view, obviously we need to provide the care, but it's so vital to build these complete communities. So in summary, the demand clearly originating from outside of Rocky and the town of Sundre warrants some planning for additional seniors housing options, and Caroline is a logical location for that. I would recommend that the preliminary planning stage that the numbers don't tell the whole story, like I was saying, so I think it's important to get out into the community and continue this planning process to determine the feasibility of other options. We don't want to come in and force some new product on that would have a low uptake, but I think there is an option for a mixed market rental. Condominium units could be explored. There's a lot of other housing forms, cottage clusters and apartments that would be a good supplement to it. Obviously, as Sam can speak to, is when you become more into the care side of it, the efficiencies and requirements for staffing and healthcare provision dictate and often preclude certain options for that. But there is efficiencies and numbers that are proven to work. So Sam can probably elaborate on that more. But my recommendation is to I wouldn't say push the envelope because it's certainly not novel, but outside of this area, but to try to supplement those core needs with some attractive options that provide flexibility, age in place, and that complete community model, rather than tucking away some traditional healthcare-like facility. So I think there's a really good option, and Caroline's a wonderful location for that. So that's why I keep the complete community approach. And that's all I had for the slides. Again, the intent was to provide some context for the report that you have, show you some boring tables, and hopefully stimulate some good questions and conversation if we've got some time now.
All right.
Thanks, Dave.
So, Mr. Smalldon, did you have some additional comments you'd like to add before we get into the question and answer period?
I think proceed with the question and answer is fine. Thank David for his presentation. Certainly as a professional, we wanted to rely on data and prove the demand. That was our purpose for the first step. Just to highlight that what we see in the planning is certainly to go back to the community and ask for preferences once we prove demand. But again, we wanted to start from a solid basis of having proven the demand and then going forward after that. So that was the purpose of today.
Very well. Well, it's a lot to consider when you look at the numbers, and I know I was drawn to the catchment area myself. And at one of the pictures that you showed had a circle around Caroline. How big of a catchment area was that?
Those circles represented the population to give you a sense of scale. So again, it was arbitrarily, I think, 5 meter radius per person or something, but it's an infographic, I guess. So if we wanted to put that up again, but I can speak a little bit more to the catchment rate. Now, obviously it's not a good, like it's not a hard line. You guys go this way, you guys go that way, but there comes a point where you start to think if we get one person from here, we'll lose one person there. So it's a wash. I think that the rationale for taking this hybrid of the CD9 and the AHS local area, which corresponds roughly to the county, is appropriate because of those real strong tendencies and patterns for people within the Highway 2 corridor versus further west or east. And again, with the relationship to Sundre, I think the Sundre population we looked at, when we did Sundre, as a study I did a number of years ago, we did Sundre, and we were considering some catchment from Caroline appropriately, but that was because there was no other options there. So as things evolve, as options are available, we feel like that, yeah, so good. Yeah, so that's just relative populations. And then if you go to the first one, I think, yeah, so we're using the population within the red boundary of Clearwater County for our projections.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yeah, just one question coming back to these circles again. Are the circles based upon the radius or the area within the circle? When I look at it, I'm wondering if it isn't the radius.
It's a point. So it's a centroid, as we call it in GIS, and so it's the population that you see listed there for each of those points. And like I said, with the Clearwater County one, it's the centroid of the county. So that population obviously is not centered in the county. It's just to show relative size. So each person in the town of Rocky Mountain House is a 5 meter radius. So that's why it expands beyond the town itself. So the circles are just illustrative, not spatial.
Councillor Hoven.
Dean, as you've been talking, I'm sure, with the village, do they have any comments or concerns about this project?
No, it's all been very, very positive. I thought that they would be online watching this today, but it didn't happen. But no, they're very positive about it. They think it would be great for the community, and so no resistance at all.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lang.
Does anyone have any idea of the cost of a facility such as this and who would bear the cost?
Okay, cost is usually one of the questions that goes with a project. Again, the 40 has been picked as the number, so based on that, if it was a project of 40, the current costs are around $300 per square foot to build. And we believe that with the area of the units being primarily one bedroom and some common space, we'd be looking at roughly 1,300 square feet per unit. So based on that, the simple numbers come out to close to 16 million. The sources of funding would be primarily government grants, and the business case would also support paying off the remainder of the borrowing. So it'd be primarily grant and borrowing would be the sources to build, and then the business case would carry the mortgage, so to speak. And again, this is a similar model used at most manors, lodges, and public not-for-profits. Again, this would be a not-for-profit activity as profit activity, so it's being done at cost.
Oops. Supplemental?
Sorry, just for clarity, did you say 16 or 60? 1-6 or 60?
1.6, 16 million, yeah.
Councillor Lougheed.
I guess my question comes more around trying to understand your projections. And I know there's probably some assumptions within that, but just trying to understand, I see increases in the 50% level over the next 10 years, maybe even doubling in some categories or more. Just trying to understand those projections and what basis you use for an assumption to move forward with that.
Yeah, the projections are based on the population, age-specific population projections that we have from Alberta Health Services and from Alberta Treasury and Finance. And they were very consistent within those boundaries. So what we do is we apply the incidence rate to the population that's 75 plus. So if in the province there's X units per 1,000 seniors above that, and then we take that incidence rate and we look at the local population projections and we apply that to give us an expected number. And that when I say expected, it means if the area was served at the same rate as the province as a whole. So we're not saying that the province is perfectly served, but we're using such a large population to give a relative idea for the local area. So the unit projections are in fact based on those population projections, age specific. Yeah, and then the methodology for those projections, of course, like I mentioned, uses some historic migration patterns, but it's based on largely mortality and other models. So they have these population projection models, and they're all really relatively similar, whether it's the province or Alberta Health Services doing them, and we adopt those.
Other questions?
Perhaps might make just a small comment. Is we've recently went through a municipal development plan review, and on our high sky projections, we're looking at over the next 10 years about a 20% as the high side possibility for our population increase. So what I'm gathering from what information you're presenting is we see a major shift within this county on age group then?
Yeah, do we still have
Because it
that?
certainly wouldn't be from seniors moving here. We don't anticipate a lot
yeah.
of that. It's got to be a shift in the population that wouldn't be moving away from the area, but
Yeah.
staying then?
And what you can see, I don't have all ages in there, but with the population curves, as area's population ages relative to other age groups, the overall growth might not change, but we're seeing more people aging into these age groups. So they're not new people, they're just becoming that group, right? So it's not the whole population. So if you had a community that had 10 people who are 65, 0 people in their 70s, 10 years later, there'll be 10 there. So it's a massive growth, but it's the same people. So that's what's happening, is largely a shift in population through the age groups.
Us baby boomers are getting older.
Yeah.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, and then I will go to Councillor Lang.
Just a question for Mr. Smalldon. Your comment about the Alberta government, the Kenny government had indicated that they would be supporting or be able to, or willing to invest in seniors' housing. Now, if a project was developed, does it have to get in the queue? How does that happen? Is there a time taken? Can you move something forward? What kind of a timeline might we consider if we could push this project hard?
It's a good question. If all things were equal and everybody was given equal opportunity, which I think is the way they advertise it, the reality boils down to which communities have proposals and which proposals are presented to the government as solutions. The government is not in the business, as far as I know, of bringing solutions to communities. So therefore, it depends on the advocacy, the proposal, the momentum that can be developed through government relations. So the steps that I have followed in several communities which have seemed to be successful to kind of get to the front of the queue, so to speak, as opposed to treating it as a competitive situation with many projects, which the government will say we have every community has a project that they need. The way to proceed is to be proactive, to develop the community consultation, to develop the project concept, to develop the business plan based on the demand, and take it immediately to your government representatives, which in this case would be your MP, your MLA, and your Minister of Seniors and Housing, and your Minister of Health. Also going to CMHC. So basically what you've got there is the three funders for grants, for capital grants for such projects, and you will need some money from each of them. CMHC will address funding for capital projects that have affordability. Minister of Seniors and Housing will look at manor and lodge replacement or demand, and the Minister of Health will deal with any healthcare aspects, and that's often called ASLI. So it's all about being ready. So how to get your project quickly to be funded is to be proactive and carry it up the line to those people through those channels and be advocating with it and have the community be behind it. Because it was once raised to me by a minister to make a point, probably about 8 years ago, that these projects are not giving to municipalities, they're not given to organizations, they're giving to the people. And when they hear the people want this and the people support it, and it's a project that meets the criteria, it gets their attention because it's a potential solution. And it seems like elected people like to have solutions they can support that are shovel ready. So again, moving along from proving the demand to having a project concept to doing the government relations, because primarily the funding would be grants. So.
Thank you.
I guess just before I go to Councillor Lang, what percentage of grants are you considering out of this $16 million?
It will depend on a different percentage for each type of source of funding, because CMHC, Minister of Seniors and Housing, and Minister of Health will have different ratios that they will fund. But to indicate the history of these projects in Alberta, you know that Manor's Mountain Sunset was built in 1981, so let's use that as an example. The province did many of these across the province, and at that time they funded them 100% to any organization that would take over the operations. So they gave 100% capital. What we would be asking for is a high percentage. We would like it to be in the 80 percentile overall, but again, just cautioning that comes from 3 different sources. So if you took 100% of the project, 16 million, we'd be looking at 80% of that to be in grants from all 3 sources.
Thank you for that clarification. Councillor Lang.
So my earlier question had to do with the capital costs. I'm wondering, has there been any thought thought or study into the ongoing operating cost? And do you expect this to be set up like Westview Lodge, who the operating costs right now is funded by the 3 municipalities, Rocky, Caroline, and Clearwater County by far being the largest? Is this something, a setup that would be similar to that? Your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. Good question. Certainly the business case would take on the operating costs, and all the revenue received would have to cover the costs in order to be a not-for-profit in balance. The operating cost for 40 units could range in the order of 1.1 million if you consider it is similar to a lodge. So a lodge which provides services, which is 3 meals a day, housekeeping and laundry, would come for 40 units, would come around 1.1 million. If these were simply rentals, the rent portion of that would be closer to $500,000. So you're looking at about 600,000 in labor and services and 500,000 in rent. So depending on the mixture of the housing, it would be in that range, and it's based on existing operations and costs.
The term complete community, it I think is twofold in my mind. We've got the complete community about not having seniors move away from their community, staying closer to family, but I think there's also that piece for complete community in the senior facility itself. I've had the pleasure to work on the Senior Housing Board on behalf of our council, as has some of our other councillors. So I understand, the difference in the different types of facilities. We're talking about one facility then that would have a range of options. Am I understanding that correctly? Because
Yes.
to me, that's another form of complete community that allows transition. If you wouldn't mind further explaining that, that would be helpful.
Yeah, thank you. A very good question. And yes, under one roof, it would have at least 3 options and possibly more. In the rural area, it's harder to build a lot of one type of housing because it's hard to have the demand for just one type. For instance, just low income, we have 8 units. It's hard to make 40 units of low income and say that that's a good project. There are other needs in the community, and so I like to sort of visualize it as being a community within a community. So as you have a growing population of seniors that want to stay, there are then a need for increased amount of options for seniors to consider. And then having them under one roof, so to speak, or in one area provides a community. And what you'll find is that those people who are independent, healthy, able to pay and want to stay, who have no new option for them to stay, would join that community because of the social community and the fabric of that community for seniors. There would be programs, there would be activity. The dynamic is that this generation from 65 and older is a dynamic that's at its maximum for the next 25 to 30 years. There will be 25 to 30 years of growing demand of people becoming 65. And so therefore, having a proportion of that in a community, in a lodge, that could have low income, that could have supportive living, that could have independent living, would allow them as a community, within the larger county, serve a real valuable resource, both for well-being of the seniors, as well as the communities that they live in.
Well, and I very much appreciate you taking time to explain that, because right now we've got these separate entities for each one of these various living options.
Right.
And we're finding that independent living sometimes gets overextended, and then sometimes the folks just don't have an opportunity to go into what I would say that intermediate piece where it's a lodge, and they're kind of missing that opportunity to transition through the lodge into higher care. And I'd say I would see this facility, if it's got that range of enabling families and the seniors to find a process to move through that more smoothly.
Right.
because it's a little bit choppy at the moment.
And the other dynamic is, if I may, is people entering maybe independent don't stay independent. They age, they need support as they get older. So at 65, they may totally be independent. At 75 and 80, they may need someone to make meals or do the laundry. And at 90, they may need healthcare. So they could stay in the same place and, quote, age in place. The concept of where is their home. This is their new home. And in a home-like setting, everything is provided and they have options. So this is all about options and all about staying put and staying in your community.
Well, and I do like that piece, because the biggest tragedy right now is that when they move from facility to facility, they lose that community and that connectivity,
Right.
and that is very stressful. So if we can find options to reduce that, that is a better process in my mind. Other concepts or thoughts, questions? You guys are getting off easy today. Do you have any questions of us?
Reg or David?
This is your opportunity, Reg.
I guess we're asking for funds and support to go ahead to the next level at this point. The idea of this seniors housing thing, well, I watched and took care of my mother for 20 years in her own home, and you could see all the stages from when she quit driving to becoming very, lonely and stuff. So I'm really behind this project because I've seen it through. I guess the opportunity arose when the county bought the other piece of land, the Ream property, because that made it a place for it. There was no place for it in the village for something that big. So once the county had acquired that land with really no designated purpose. Now the other thing that the Ag Society is in the process of working on an ag fieldhouse complex on the southeast rec grounds. We've had people come in and do a study on it. They've brought back proposals. And in the design of it that we kind of changed at the development stage is we have built connectivity of that rec field house into an attachment to the seniors lodge, because they're would be very, very close together, and that would give the seniors another source of recreation, entertainment, other activities when you add in facilities like that. We're trying to design, the Ag Society part of it is trying to design something where that whole piece of property, the clinic, the arena, the seniors lodge, and the ag field house would all be interconnected. So you've got another community.
I guess then that brings me to the next, to me, the logical question is, what is that next step then? And what's the price tag?
I think just to identify that the next steps are in planning is once you've got a solid base of demand to identify a project with some options, then we need to touch base with the seniors in the community and survey them on their preferences of what they would like those options and preferences to be in a facility. And if they had a choice, what would be the things that they would like? It's always been a strong business thing to ask people what they want and then give them what they want, and it becomes more successful. The other part is then to take the demand that proves for certain types of housing and the preferences from the seniors and put them into a project concept. And that would require some architectural design to actually get a concept. And the reason this is important is this is what you take to government to build a business case around and show them what your project is and answer all the questions of the business case. And so there would be some costs related to getting that planning to that point and being proactive. Probably to get to that point, we're talking about $50,000 between costs, and probably, it could be done in a couple months. It could be done in 6 months. I would suggest that if you want to keep the momentum, that you go and develop the concept as soon as possible. Get the consultation from the seniors, get the design, and get it in front of government as soon as possible. My sense on timing for government capital grants is they're receptive to shovel-ready projects or projects that are in communities that people want. In other words, the community is speaking. And I'm thinking by the fall, they would be ready to be having open doors for some of that, especially coming out of the pandemic, hopefully by that time into more of a regular, what do we do now to solve problems that we know exist? What have we learned during the pandemic? And what do we need for the future? Because the demand is still there. It's just unsolved. So if we can put a solution together in a concept, then basically you have something you can shop to the government and get their attention.
Right. Thank you for that clarity.
I would just, second what Sam said, in the importance of the community engagement, because the next step, like we often do very complex housing needs studies, and we'll look at things like home equity and trying to determine what kind of level of quality and pricing we can do. But when you're dealing with seniors and in smaller communities, that farmhouse might not be sold because the family has to keep operating it, right? So you get a great disparity of situations and expectations in the community, and I think the community engagement piece that Sam mentioned is really important.
Councillor Lang.
I have a couple questions. So this $50,000 ask, is that something that you'd be looking at sharing among the 3 municipalities? Caroline, Rocky, and Clearwater County, or is that an ask just for Clearwater County? I'll let you answer that, then I have another question.
So there would be funding available from the government, from CMHC. It's called seed funding for planning, and from the Ministry of Seniors and Housing. So they have what they call planning funds that you can apply for as a community. And what we need is to have community partners. In other words, the village of Caroline would need the county and maybe to go in as support for the project, support for any funding that we apply for. And then if there's anything left over to cover costs, then we would probably come back and ask for funding of that to make sure we could get the work done. But first, we would apply for all the grant money that we could.
Supplemental?
Yeah. Secondly, our director of planning was involved in some studies, and I believe he was going to report back to us about, looking at alternative ways of helping the seniors stay in their homes rather than brick and mortar, because that tends to cost, that's the most costly option. So I don't believe we've heard back from him on that. So that's something I think this council needs to check into as well.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Just a comment or thought on timing. It would be my observation that during the pandemic, some seniors shied away from getting into group settings. That was, I guess, a bit of my concern when this study was put on the books to commence. I think that will dissipate over time. And weighing that, when you go out and do surveys and you're surveying the reactions to the circumstances of the time or the moment, that needs to be weighed against what you, I think, correctly identify as a time of governments looking for shovel-ready projects. So I think there's significant opportunity for grants for shovel-ready projects. I think the timing on that is very good. And so my only concern relates to the reaction of citizens at this point in time, whether we're sufficiently past the point of major concern relative to this pandemic situation.
Yeah, I would only give you some evidence from my other hat I wear as CAO of Mountain View Seniors Housing And certainly we're seeing applications coming in at a high level right now, whereas 6 months ago they were hesitant. So if I could speak to the fact that are they coming back? Yes. So that's dissipating, and the interest, if there's vacancies, there's an increase in applications right now. So we are currently refilling our vacancies pretty quickly every month. So I expect that to come back to, one of our primary operating issues is the lost revenue from vacancies, but it may take us to the end of December to catch up on all the vacancies. But I can tell you over the last decade, we've had 100 to 102% occupancy for the last decade at all 4 sites. So the vacancy we have now is primarily because of that hesitancy during the pandemic, which seems to be dissipating very quickly right now. From that experience, I can just share that evidence, so.
And I can concur from the Rocky Senior Housing Group. The biggest struggle we're having is the lodge side because of the lockdown and the COVID and the hesitancy that it's created, and we are seeing it ease some. So I think there's a combination of things affecting that. Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the and identifying the need that's out there, and I understand that. But I guess for me, it's in regards, I think we should be, being as how this project is within another municipal boundary, we should be consulting the other council in this and having a joint vision for this versus our council going forward. So I would respectfully ask that we have a council to council conversation in this, and then that way we can see jointly we can go forward with something like this. I think that is the best way to go forward.
That's a very good suggestion, that we have a village county council joint meeting to have a conversation about this, and perhaps other items of importance as well. Are there any other questions or comments? If not, I'm looking for a motion that council receives the April 2021 Village of Caroline and Clearwater County Senior Housing Assessment Report for information as presented. That's Councillor Swanson. Those in favor? That is carried. I want to thank each of you for taking the time to put this important information together and present it to us. We recognize that there's some passion in the room for this. As I get more snow on my roof, I can appreciate why this is important. So again, you can tell it's important to our council by the length of time we took with this project. Normally delegations are much shorter, about half the time. So that speaks to the importance of your project to this council. So thank you again for coming in and presenting that on our behalf. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think that this gives us an opportunity for a 10-minute break. Yes, thank you. All right, we're back. It is 10 after 11, and we'd like to go back to 6.1, and that would require us to lift that item from the table. So looking for that motion. Councillor Swanson, those in favor? That is carried. So as I recall, we were going through the survey. Thank you, Mr. Hanson, for coming back. And I believe we were on to page 38 of 116, which I believe brings us up to safety, if I'm correct.
So, yeah, maybe that would be a benefit to go through the balance of the survey, and then we can come back to, I know we're looking on the wording on question 2, but maybe that would be a benefit if council agrees that we could go through the balance of the survey and anything else, then we can come back to that.
That sounds great.
Awesome. Sure, so there again, kind of more of a generic question in regards to the contractor's, opinion about the county's commitment to safety. So we have a very robust safety program, but we would like to get an unbiased opinion from our contractor community about how they feel about our safety program. So there again, rate our safety program from average to poor, or above average to poor, as well as be able to provide comments to add any additional information that deemed necessary.
I think we're moving along. See, we
Perfect.
are getting quicker at it.
There we go. Communication, which is another absolute integral part of what we do. It's our ability to communicate with contractors and the public. So we're looking for the contractor community and the public to rate our communication effectiveness. So there again, rating them from above average to poor.
So I guess if somebody rates it as either below average or poor, is the intent that they would perhaps provide their feedback as to how we can improve it? Because it's one thing to give us a grade, but if we're below average or poor, I think it's important that we somehow incorporate in here, please provide areas for improvement. Could we maybe add that there somehow, so that it's not just a simple, I gave you a grade, live with it. It's, a little bit of suggestions of what they think would improve it.
Yeah, and I like to think that if somebody were to grade our whether it be our safety or our communication or any of our programs, or the items in here that on the poorer side, that there would be some comments. Like I said, that comment section has been applied to every section, every question, that they would provide that feedback. We could maybe in the directions for the person doing the survey is to get a better feeling of what the concerns may be, please feel free, or we encourage additional comments to support any of your answers. You say that the ratings, can give you a 1 out of 4, but it doesn't, if you had a whole bunch on the poor side and no comments to back it up, then how could we improve, other than the fact that we need to improve our communication in general, and we have to find those ways.
Right.
So, would that be, summing up the heading?
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
All right, I was going to say that maybe it's in the preamble that we encourage people to provide their suggestions for areas of improvement or something to that effect in the comments section, something that we could put in the preamble. Might be an effective way. I just want to make sure that we don't end up with these various comments and then we're now left with the process of figuring out how to improve it. It'd be nice to have the feedback from the folks. Councillor Lang.
Yeah, I just concur with Reeve Liard. If I remember correctly, the compensation is 75 to 87% of ARCA. So because it's not at the 100%, my fear is that all the contractors are going to rate us below average or poor. So I'm just thinking maybe there should be a comment in there that if the rating is below average or less, to please provide feedback as to the reasoning why. So pretty much what both of you have said.
Okay, that then takes us to equipment contractor requisition, or no, pre-qualifications, my apologies.
So yeah, so this one is basically, it's kind of a, that was more the heading, and this is, comes back to, I think this is actually when we actually really start diving into the policy itself. This, I believe, is the policy statement in regards to Clearwater County should, to the greatest extent possible, to use all hourly work contractors located within the boundaries of Clearwater County, Town of Rocky Mountain House, and the Village of Caroline. There again, this is my interpretation of trying to get feedback on the existing policy to say how we could take something that has generally worked well over the past 20 years and how we can improve. That's the policy statement. So is that something that our contractor community and the public generally agree on? Is this, or they strongly agree though? So that's what we were trying to accomplish there.
I guess for me, I saw it as two separate concepts. We've got hourly work contractors versus contractors located within the boundaries. Is there gonna be, I just see the potential of local contractors kind of zeroing in on that they strongly agree with having local contractors. Is there a way that we could possibly break those two concepts apart so that we don't have that zero in on we need to hire local? Or are they intrinsically put together for perhaps you could provide me some clarity around that. They just seemed like two different concepts.
Really, because, like I said, everything that I've done for the past, since 2009 when I started here, using the existing policy, because that's council's policy of the guidelines, I don't really have another bias to say that, you know, it'd be better if it was split out or different. Whether it be a county contractor, a Rocky Mountain House contractor, or Village of Caroline, that gives us a good breadth, because there's some that are, you know, I feel that if it's contained within the boundary of Clearwater County, then it's, you know, it meets that objective of council. If council would like to split out if it's more county contractor versus a Town of Rocky Mountain House contractor, is that what you're specifically asking, sorry?
No, and I appreciate the confusion. That's my fault. When I look at work or hourly work contractors, that's a separate concept than local contractors. You know, I know you're looking at the larger boundary, and that includes Caroline and the Town of Rocky Mountain House. So I look at that as being, those two being two separate concepts. I'm hopeful that any contractors or local folks who might be filling this out don't just zero in on the local contractors and say they strongly agree to that and don't recognize this hourly piece. That's the two concepts I see separate. No, I'm not looking for the dialing into what place they came from.
So I guess one thing that should be, I guess, maybe I clarify right at the beginning, is it's very pointed at the hourly, you know, the survey's directed towards hourly contracted work. Not particularly vendors or other local contractors, you know, other vendors that are located within the county or the Town of Rocky Mountain House. This is specifically to hourly contracted work. So unless council wanted to see it more broad to be expanded to vendors, but you know, the policy really deals with the hourly contracted work. And if we want to talk about vendors, maybe it's a broader scope.
Okay, and thank you for that clarification. That's probably why I got stuck on it a little bit. Councillor Lang?
Yeah, I understand where the reeve is going, and I guess there might have to be an effort made to make sure this gets to the hourly contractors, because for me, I want to see fairness and equity among the hourly contractors. The others are bid jobs. So that's fair. So I would rather see the hourly contractors provide feedback to this than just contractors that put in bids. maybe some of them are both, I don't know.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you for that clarification.
no problem. So next one, back to the more on the pre-qualification. So basically this outlines what our minimum requirements are. Currently, contractors are required to provide a county of their insurance, 2 million liability, commercial vehicle inspection program, the CVIP if applicable, WCB, equipment listing. So then our question is, do you believe to the extent of this pre-qualification, is that appropriate? Like there's no test as per se, right? This is basically if you meet these minimum requirements as the pre-qualification, you can become a hourly contracted equipment on our list. So there again, it's taking an item out of the policy, putting it in the form of a question to say, is this an appropriate pre-qualification standard?
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
You're describing this as the minimum standards, and it'd be hard for me to imagine having any less of a standard than this. So it looks perfect to me.
Maybe it needs to say minimum standard. I'm not sure that I even wondered if it needs to be there because I can't imagine that we would do anything less than that. I'm more curious about, is there more that they would look to add to that? Is there more that we should be considering that you would think as a staff member, as the director, is there more that we should be looking, recognizing the age of this particular policy?
This is a typical industry standard pre-qualification. When we actually get into the procedure of how, once we take this out of the governance realm, creating the policy and turn it into a procedure, your expectation of staff will still be that you're providing a good product at the best value. Like those, we wouldn't ask a question that, do you believe good value is important for doing work for Clearwater County? That would be something that's an obvious expectation of staff. So really want to just outline the minimum to see if it's still appropriate. Unfortunately, there's still a lot of contractors, even on our current list, that won't provide this minimum amount of information. Therefore, we cannot hire them. We've reached out to them in multiple letters, even this year, for example. They refused to, or haven't found the time to send us back this proof of insurance. WCB is something we check quite often. A lot of times they're lapsed. So that's another driving indicator of who we can and can't hire as well. So that's why I really wanted to bring it to the attention about how important it is to us.
Right. And as Deputy Reeve Vandermeer said, it's our minimums for sure. Councillor Lang?
Yeah, those are good points, and I'm just wondering if minimum should be added. Like, as I look through the procedure, the 2 million liability, that almost seems like it may not be enough. Like, I know a lot of contractors are looking for their subcontractors to have 5 million now. So this policy is 2001. So anyways, that's all something we can look at, but I would think this is minimum.
I can revert that, I guess, or take that question back to our insurance agency to see if it is still an appropriate amount. We might get some kickback on the smaller contractors because some of them comes under their farm insurances only have 2 million. We want to go to a commercial grade, which I would suggest is 5 million. Maybe Mr. Hagan could actually maybe add a little bit more to that, but we can certainly reach out to our insurance provider there to see if that's still an appropriate number.
All right.
Getting back to our equipment contractors and payments. So this is all to do with how they're compensated. Clearwater County rates are established using a percentage of the Alberta Road Builders and Heavy Construction Association rate guide and the county's current rates. There again, that's just a clause right out of the existing policy. So we're asking their opinion on, they have the most recent updated rates have been sent out to all of our contractors and available as well as on the website. So we're asking for their honest opinion about our current rates.
Are there other things to contemplate with compensation methods? Is there other, I don't know, associations, other processes that we haven't included?
Well, this is the standard that we've adopted.
Right.
There's certainly a lot of other methods that we could use to determine county rates, and we could explore that, I think, after we get the feedback from the contractor community, and we're trying to really nail down, and it is a council-approved rate, so that's one of the important highlights of that policy, is that once administration brings that, the new rate schedule back based on this percentage, and I've provided actually in this agenda how the percentage rates on the different categories. And I think during the workshop, I could really break down, more detail of where those numbers and those percentages really come from.
Thank you. I look forward to that. Councillor Lang.
Eric, once again with this, I really believe that if someone gives a rating of below average or less, that they should put the comment in. And that's probably for a lot of these questions. So I'm just wondering if at the beginning of the survey, something is put, whether anyone that checks off below average or less, that they please provide a comment. And then we don't have to have that with every single question.
Okay.
I think that was the intent. It's just good to give direction. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
Yeah, I would just comment, add to Eric's comments, that this, targeting the percentage of the Road Builders Association rates was determined after a lot of discussion and a lot of experience over the years. And I think the key point here is that we need to ensure that we are getting contractors willing to work for the county. And as representatives of the taxpayers of the county, we want to get good value for the tax dollars expended. And so far, we've been able to get a sufficient number and quality of contractors coming forth to work on an hourly basis at this rate. So I think the history is what we've used to determine this, and it's effective. And I can't imagine us wanting to change it significantly. And I would comment that, even if we got comments, it's hard for me to imagine asking our contractors and getting a response saying, well, we're paying too much. I don't think that's going to happen. And what will we do with information that says, well, we're not paying enough? Well, the fact is, we are paying enough if we're getting sufficient contractor involvement in this. So this is one that, it's interesting to see, but if we get a bunch of people saying we're paying too much, I would be very much amazed.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, but that's okay. Councillor Swanson.
Eric, have we had companies refuse to work for us based on our rates?
Historically, in the past, yes. There are certain industries that their rates are generally higher and there's enough work for them. I'm going to tell you the pipeline industry is a great example of an industry that doesn't like, even though they have a lot of infrastructure or equipment in the area, they don't tend to offer up a whole lot of equipment for our type of works and our rates. Which is okay, because we do still have a lot of other equipment available, and a lot of people that are willing to work for the county. So recently, we've had some discussions. There has been a little bit of discussion about some of the rate change. We have seen a rate reduction on some of the older pieces of equipment that were on the list, and we've had some conversations. I believe I even included council on one of the conversations I had with a local contractor. I look forward to actually expanding on that, the details of that conversation there, maybe in the workshop. But, one of the questions that arose from it, just as a quick anecdote here, was, we'd appreciate if you actually paid 100% of the road builder's rate instead of just 92. Because when we that particular item was paid at 87% plus the 5% index that the council graciously applied. Now, if we would have paid 100% of the Alberta Road Builders rate on the original rate, we would actually been paying $10 higher, more an hour than if I walked in off the street and hired that same piece of equipment. So that's what we're really trying to balance, and there's, each one of these categories have the same type of analogy and storyline to them, and that's what we use as our decision-making to set those percentages. So I say we can talk about that in more detail during the workshop after the survey results.
That sounds great. That brings us to fuel index.
There again, council approved the fuel index. That's something I think we can discuss after, you know, if we need to develop a threshold in the policy. You know, is it important to the community or to the contractor community that we add a fuel index, or is it something that should just become fixed with the rate, or, you know, look for that feedback from that contractor community?
Councillor Lang?
Eric, the only concern I have about this question is where it says if the prices rise significantly above the average fuel price. I guess I'm wondering, like, what's the definition of significantly? Is it 1%, 3%? I'm just wondering if that should be defined a bit better. And the average fuel price, what's that? Is that over the past 3 months, past 6 months, past year? That's my only concern with this question, and I don't know if there's a way to change it to make it better. Your thoughts?
I really don't want to change anything before we get the feedback from the contractor community. I can tell you that I've provided council historically the fuel price averages month to month. That's something that we track for all of our major fuel commodities, dyed fuel, gas, clear diesel, for example. So really it has been at the council's discretion of when that fuel index be applied and what percentage. So if that's something that in the future policy that should actually have a threshold, if we say if it rises significantly within 6 months, and like, do we want to create a formula for that? We have one similar for the greater beats that if, but also you got to remember that when a greater beat submits a bid, that bid is set for the fuel rate of the day. So that's what provides the opportunity. So if 6 months down the road, the price of fuel goes up, the formula is added to that piece of equipment, and then the fuel rate goes up accordingly. It's difficult when you have, you know, 200 pieces of equipment there on there to track the fuel and then adjust the rate monthly as we do on the greater beats. It's something that we offer up on our greater beat program, but I wouldn't recommend it for more of a blanket percentage on our hourly contracted rates compared to something that granular.
And I think is all we're really trying to achieve is equity and fairness. And I think that that's really the goal, is to ensure that, you know, we're ensuring that through the policy, and as the information comes back, I think that gives us an opportunity in the workshop with the feedback to ensure that that is exactly what we provide then. I'm not sure how we would change that then on the fuel index to be more specific, but perhaps that's something that you'll watch for or massage the question somehow, but I think you get the gist of what the concern is.
Okay, so you would like me to edit that fuel index question? Is that?
Is it too generic, or can we leave it and see what we get for feedback? Leave it?
I would say leave it.
Okay. Leave it? Okay. Very good. We're leaving it. We'll see what we get for feedback. That brings us to equipment moves, travel time, and service trucks.
So this is, these next couple items here are just an historic compensation methodology that our council's laid out. And that's, so I don't have the history of why these are specifically in there. I can kind of give you a little bit of background, but as we go through them, I'll be able to better explain. So equipment moves, currently the county will pay for equipment move moves to and from the job site if the job is less than 3 days in duration. If the job exceeds 3 days, the county will pay for the equipment move to the job only. So that is it's a statement right in the policy that you know, we administer on council's behalf. We're looking to the public contractor community to provide feedback on that. There's some perspectives out there, I'm sure, and that's why that question's in there.
Well, it makes sense. I mean, we just look at the policy and see if they're agreement or not and get feedback.
Okay.
Councillor Lang?
Yeah, that one and the next one caught my eye, because I'm just thinking, do they get paid for equipment moves and travel time, or one or the other?
Travel
Anyways,
time.
But, well, the next question has to do is travel time to the jobs, so.
So equipment moves would be for the heavy equipment, so that would have to be trucked on a large lowboy. So that's the equipment moves. And travel time would be more involved with the equipment operator travel. It's kind of the industry standard description of these two items and how they're specifically dealt with through our policy.
Okay.
All right.
So the travel time is, you know, and I think a lot of these too is because from a contractor perspective, we're not driving to Red Deer County, for example, you know, well over an hour out of county when your home base is in Rocky Mountain House. When your work perimeter is typically in the settled region of the county, I'm assuming that's why the equipment moves and the travel time were compensated as described. Equipment moves, I'll tell you, it still costs the same whether you work for 3 days or if you work for 1 day, for the cost of that low bed to deliver that piece of equipment and take it back. But what it was the reason of the day, I'm not sure. But again, it's in the policy. So. Travel time, currently the county only pays travel time for equipment operators when the job is located in remote parts of the county, generally over 1 hour, one way from the main county office. So our far outreaching areas, so Nordegg we'd still basically classify as local. But when we start getting the far reaches of Red Deer River access, way far north up on the Chungo Road, you know, those types of things there, it's a significant amount of man hours. So that's why we compensate travel time in those instances. So there again, looking for that feedback.
I don't see any. I think we're moving on to service trucks.
Service trucks, which is the fuel hauling pickup typically for a piece of heavy equipment. Clearwater's county policy is that we do not compensate for service trucks.
So with this question, are we just opening ourselves up for a bunch of people to say that they want us to pay for service trucks? I almost feel like this question shouldn't be there.
The answer to your first question was absolutely, we're going to want you to compensate for service trucks.
Exactly they are.
The decision of this council is whether they choose to compensate for it or not. I guess I didn't want to pick and choose what were the bullet highlights that I was going to exclude from getting comment on. So I put anything that actually had a relevance to how we implement this policy on our contractors is up for debate or comment, I guess. So I didn't want to create a bias and say, well, I'm just not going to pay for service trucks, so I'm not even going to ask them. We didn't want to do that.
Councillor Swanson.
I think that's a money pit, so to me, it's take it out.
That's kind of where I was. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
I guess the point I'm hearing Eric make is that, I mean, there are a number of these that are obvious. You know, are you getting paid enough per hour? You want to pay for a service truck? You want paid for grader blades and that sort of thing. There's quite a few in here that are obvious. And if you take only one or two out, that's hard to select which ones. Otherwise, you're just going to boil it down to a few generic questions if you take most all of them out that are this way, that, you know, a contractor wants more if he can get it. And, you know, I guess I don't have any trouble leaving them in, even though we know the answers. Because I think it's just hard to make the cut as to exactly where you stop asking these questions.
Perhaps there's opportunity again in the preamble not to create expectations. We're simply looking for and exploring information from the folks who are going to fill these out. There is no expectations that everything will be granted as per the wishes of the survey. I think we need to frame that a little bit, because if I were a contractor, I'd say, absolutely, I want my service truck covered and others. So we'll see what we get for information. Okay, I guess that takes us to where items, time management, and payment.
That's right. Getting close, getting close. So where items, items such as grater blades, ripper teeth, cutting edges should be included in the hourly and contracted equipment. I think there could be a varying degree of what some people feel should be compensated. So look forward to that feedback.
Right?
Time management, hourly contracted equipment will be compensated for only the hours worked, lunch breaks are not included. Anybody that's worked in the equipment contract world, that's a real concern for some people. Some people believe that when that equipment's there for 10 hours and that operator's there, that they should be compensated through lunch hour. There's some companies that do, there's some companies that don't. So
Perhaps there's an opportunity to get a staff perspective on any labor laws that might apply as well for the workshop.
for the workshop,
Yeah, we don't
Okay.
need to worry about it here, but I think we need to understand it.
it really goes down, it's not that they're working through the lunch hour, believe me, they are taking the half-hour break, but they feel that they should be compensated as that piece of equipment is there for that time. I said, this isn't an uncommon question to be asked. Payment. I guess if I'm gonna add one bias, I'm gonna say Clearwater's County payment schedule, payment for contracted service rendered is received in a timely manner. I can't think of anybody that pays better than Clearwater County every 2 weeks. So that's one small bias there. If we don't get a good mark in that regard, boo.
I would imagine Mr. Hagan may have a word or two to share with us on that particular item.
Thank you, Reeve Laird. Further to Mr. Hansen's comments, I would say from a financial perspective, Clearwater County is extremely generous and accommodating in getting those payments out on such a timely basis. What I've seen in my career is a standard of net 30 days. And as well, several people in this room would be familiar with the oil field, which can be 90 days or more. So that certainly presents challenges to us from a cash flow perspective, particularly since the vast majority of our revenue only comes in one small period during the year. So I agree, we accommodate.
And that's fair. All right, it'll be interesting to see what information comes back from that. That then takes us to things we should be considered when hiring hourly contracted equipment. And I guess and that's the next 2 pages, my only comment on all of these various points, it would be nice to somehow there's 6 points here. It'd be nice to somehow formulate this so that you have to pick your top one and give that a number 1, and your lowest one and give it a number 6. And that so that we understand what's your most important, what's your least important. Is there a way to do that somehow, so they pick what's most important to them through to what is least important?
I'm sure our communications expert there would be able to formulate that if that becomes the desire of the group. There again, they're not listed in a specific order in the policy. They are all identified. And there again, the policy is 30 years old. Are these still the priorities? So I guess it's one way to look at it. There we could make them rate them from the most important to the least important. Does that really give a good representation of is it important at all if, this one's less important than this one, so I had to give it a rate higher? That'd be the only other differing view, I guess, on that type of question versus if these are all important, then it's just like, these are the important factors, boom, boom, boom. And if it's not important at all, then is it something that even needs to be on the list anymore?
Well, and I can appreciate that. I just worry that we're gonna have everything as being the most important. And I think then we lose the value of being able to rate this and somehow chart it. Just something to consider. Councillor Hoven.
Second point there, past work history with Clearwater County. How would you define past work history? Like what qualities are you looking for when you think about past work history? Because that could cover lots of stuff. Is it the length? Have they been a contractor for 20 years or 6 months? Is it the quality of the work? Is it the timeliness and the county getting value for the dollars? It's so broad, I'd like a clarification as to what that means.
I think you've outlined the highlights of how we manage our contractors on a daily basis. We take all of those elements into consideration. When we're going through our list and saying who is best suited for this job, that's how we select from our contractor list to be able to perform. If it's somebody new and we don't have a work, maybe it's trying to get that new perspective or a new operator or a new skill trained because somebody's retired. So how we define past, I guess it would be, there again, I guess it's kind of left with administration to define past. So I could try to be more specific with the question, if that's what the desire is.
Well, I know for me, I would like to know the contractors we're hiring are doing the job efficiently and promptly and timely, and the county is getting quality work for the dollars we're paying. And when I look at these 6 categories, I don't see that mentioned anywhere. And a few councillors have talked about fairness and equity in this discussion. And I think fairness and equity is important. But if we're so equitable that we're hiring contractors who have a history of not doing the job properly, and because the policy says we need to spread those dollars out to everyone, and then the residents of the county are not getting value for their tax dollars, I have a problem with equitably then. So I would like to see this work history defined a bit more. Is it how many years they've been with the county? Is it the quality of their work? Is it the ROI for the county? Because all those are very important.
A little more specific there, I guess. Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, I knew this was gonna be difficult. Really, like I said, with the lack of a better guidance tool, the policy was the framework of the questions. And I remember, and I don't want to take away from what Councillor Hoven said because it is very important. It was brought up in the last meeting about value, and that's truly how what drives us. We look at the policy, these are highlights, these are our bullet points, these are how we select, this is how we compensate, but it's our commitment to, the community and this organization to how we deliver, and we select proper contractors and have that high expectation of them. With that being said, like I say, I'd be happy to rework any of the questions to try to, if there was be a benefit for a better answer. If there's a better question to get a better answer, I'd be happy to make that change.
All right. Maybe a little more clarity on work history, whether we're talking about quality of workmanship or history, not really sure. Councillor Lang.
I'm just thinking further to what Councillor Hoven had said, this would be probably a good discussion in the workshop. Get a little bit more definition of what you look for.
All right, other questions or comments? Do you have a supplemental, Councillor Lang?
For other questions or comments, so.
Okay, I also see Councillor Swanson and then Councillor Hoven, so in that order. Councillor Lang.
Okay. So we're at the end. I think we have to go back at the beginning for another question, but something that, and I don't know how to word this, but it's been a thought, and I don't know if it should be a question or if we can just leave it for the workshop. A concern that's out there, and I've heard this from constituents, that some of the hourly contractors sort of, they go from day to day, week to week, season to season, and they have this continual work with the county. And so, and then they're looking at others that get called up for an odd job here and there, and so fairness and equity again. I'm wondering if there could be a question put in here about, do you rely solely on the county for your work, or do they have other work? Because a true contractor works for several people. They don't just work for one employer. Otherwise, they're an employee, they're not a contractor. So I'm just wondering if there's a way to put that question in. Just more than 90% of your income from your business come from the county. A question like that. Some food for thought there, maybe that could get worked in.
I'd appreciate actually maybe other councillors' perspective on that. I believe I know, because there's the policy and then there's the administration of the policy. You know, there's two big, you know, we don't want to ever have a disconnect. You know, if council feels that we're not administering the policy as to what it's intended for, then, you know, it's the CAO's job there to come back down and say, all right, this is what we've identified as the issue. How are you dealing with this? Is this the satisfactory response to how you're administering the policy? You know, what are the concerns that are being raised? So I'm happy to, there again, add any question that would provide a better answer or anything. If it was a percentage of work that they rely on the county for, I can ask that question or include it in the survey.
A supplemental.
I would like that in. I think it would provide some valuable information for us.
So maybe, sorry, I'm not going to put any words in your mouth. So.
Yeah, I'm not sure how you would word that either. I recognize what Councillor Lang is asking for. I'm not sure how many would want to share that either. That's the other concern with regard to their personal information. Supplemental.
Eric, I'm thinking you probably have a good idea about that you could maybe share with us in the workshop.
About how much percentage of
Yeah, you probably have a good idea what contractors are getting an awful lot of work through the county.
Okay.
Pretty much full-time.
And to be honest, there's some contractors that are really good at what they do, and we keep bringing them back. It's not a secret. We have some exquisite operators that are able to provide value to this organization, and we do continue to bring them back. And so I'm not trying to hide that fact.
Well, we're very fortunate to have that kind of talent in our community and
Absolutely.
be able to access it. Councillor Swanson.
Eric, do we track contractors who decline work?
We never used to, but we do now. Because the hiring equipment policy and the contractor relationships with the community or with Clearwater County has become an issue for about the last 6 months. So, you know, we've taken steps to really more closely monitor, you know, the conversations and, you know, the amount of work, who's been contacted, what those conversations were, as well as, you know, issues on the road, issues with the supervisors there. You know, there's always ways to improve processes. It's just become, you know, very much used to be, we charge our staff with, you know, doing a great job, and here's the equipment list. get what you need, go do the job. We evaluate them on basically complaints from the contractors, complaints from landowners, you know, does the job meet the objective? We don't try to get into all the details, but it's become apparent that it's something that we do need to start categorizing and tracking for the benefit of all staff.
Thank you.
Councillor Hoven.
On the fourth question on page 6, the amount of hourly work the contractor or contracting company has received or is expected to receive from the county, I think it needs to be clarified that we're trying, I believe the intent of that policy is to spread out the amount of hours, and it's kind of, it could go either way depending on your perspective when you read that. So I think we need to rephrase it to say the county wants to spread the amount of hourly work each contracting company has received or is expected to receive. Is that the intent? And if that's important to contractors or not?
Yeah, this is exactly out of the policy itself.
Right.
And I'm not gonna tell you that the policy doesn't need work. There again, it's not my place to monkey with council's policy. So I'm happy to make whatever changes that you recommend.
Well, I would like to see that change, that it's, the intent of the policy is to spread out the hourly work to different contracting companies.
Okay.
Is that important, yes or no?
And I guess that's why I was looking for a way to rate these 6 things of most important to least important. And somehow I think that would be important to figure out so that we don't end up with everything being the most important thing to our contractors. But I'll leave that to you and others of the staff to figure out how to proceed with that. I think the only other outstanding thing was at the beginning, there was some question that Councillor Lang thought we should revisit. Oh, Councillor Hoven, do you have a supplemental? Do you have a supplemental question? Sorry, I didn't mean to move past you.
No, thank you.
Councillor Lang, you said there was another additional question at the beginning to revisit?
Weren't we skipping one of the questions and doing the rest and coming back to a question at the beginning?
The one we kind of got stuck on for a little bit was how many times was your equipment contracted in the past 5 years? And I think we got that to days of work.
And then there was gonna be a supplement, another one after that, how many days of work has your equipment been contracted within the last year? That was added. I think, maybe we got through
I
it.
think that covers it. All right.
So I'm making really good notes. So
Well, we're
we are leaving
recording.
the how many times in, adding the how many days.
And doing one question on the past 5 years and then one on the past 1 year. I believe that's where we got to on that front end, and that should wrap this up. And so then we'd be looking for a motion that council reviews that we've reviewed and amended the survey, and we empower staff to publish the survey. Is that basically what we're looking for a motion now? As amended?
As amended.
Just one quick
Councillor
question before I
Lawley?
make that motion. We have a number of approved contractors already. Just some idea of the number that we have, and then how would we measure a successful response to this survey? Ultimately, we want to get that snapshot of how the contractors are viewing our policy to make sure the policy is relevant. And also, I think there's the opportunity here, I saw at the beginning, that there would be some public feedback as well within that, of their views of our policy, and making sure that those views mesh and are consistent with how we want to move forward. So do you have any idea of what we would anticipate for numbers back and the amount of time involved with amassing this data and coming to some conclusions?
So, of course, we do have a email list of every one of our contractors that are currently signed up with us. So, reaching out to them are quite easy. It'll be more of the three-phase direction. Either a hard copy can be picked up at the office, it'll be the web-based application, or if they wanted to email it, which, like I say, negates the confidentiality, but I think we leave it up to their choice. As for the public, I'll look to our communications folks there to run it on our social media, to advertise what that would be. And as for uptake, I apologize, I don't do a lot of surveys, and to know what if somebody has something itching to say, I'm sure they'll be happy to provide. I know the conversation I did have with one contractor, I offered up that the survey was coming, and he was looking forward to providing their feedback. So, I say, especially with the new rates, something new to look at, I think we'll have a good uptake. And as for bringing it back, there was another, probably a workshop session in August. Or, maybe late July, but we're hoping to at least have it out for at least 30 days. I think that's a significant, an ample amount of time to provide that feedback. And then we can start, depending on the complexity of the information, we should be able to summarize that and bring it back to workshop.
A supplemental question at all?
I see Councillor Lang has, well, mine was basically going to be a motion to move forward with this survey, but if Councillor Lang has further comments.
Well, we can take your motion
Okay,
and then have
I will make the
questions.
motion that we direct administration to publish the survey as amended.
As amended, yes, there we go. Questions, Councillor Lang?
Eric, just a couple, I guess, questions. And can we have, I know the fire survey and MDP survey, we had some hard copies on the front desk up here. Can we have that made available to the public on the front desk at the counter? And also, when this first came up, I don't have the exact numbers, and I kind of ran out of time last night. I was trying to go back on the video session, but I had asked the question about how many hourly contractors you have and how many you use. And I believe you said we have 35, 36 on your list, and that we only used a handful, like 6 or 7. Can you repeat those numbers?
The number is skewed. So we have, I actually just looked at it, we have about 120 different contractors on our hourly equipment listing. Some of the equipment that's on there, we don't use at all. It's not applicable to our type of work we do. So we typically run between 35 and 40 hourly contractors, and that's going across operations, infrastructure as well. So there again, out of that list, I'm going to say probably 75% have actually provided all their relevant information. Like I said, the minimum pre-qualification information right now. Some don't return phone calls. Like I said, there's a story that goes with the list, and I'd hate for it to be taken out of context. But say between 35 and 40, but we have 123 on the list.
So how many have you used in about the last year? Like, I thought you'd said 6 or 7. I'm just trying to clarify.
No, it's between 35 and 40 different contractors.
In the last year, hourly contractors?
Hourly, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion from Councillor Lougheed to do the survey and get it out there as amended. If there's no other questions, those in favor? Those opposed? That is 5-2, it is carried. I want to take this moment to thank you, Mr. Hansen, and the staff that worked on this survey. It's not easy to put together all of the various questions from a policy that obviously needs some TLC. And I appreciate your your understanding as our council endeavors to help with providing clarity for the questions. So my hope is, through this process, is to have a policy that enables staff and empowers you to do the job that you have to do, because I recognize there's a great deal of subjectivity and discretion, and we want to provide you with the clarity so that you feel empowered to continue to do the great work that's happening out on the countryside.
Thank you.
Thank you. This seems like a great opportunity to take a half-hour break for lunch. Or do you want longer? Half hour good? Okay. We'll meet back here at 1 o'clock. All right, good afternoon. It's 1 o'clock and we'll resume the council meeting. And we will move on to item number 8.1, the CAO report.
It's my privilege to present my first CAO report, Reeve and Council, and I appreciate your patience as I learn the whole system here. So just in summary of the report as presented, of course, you may remember Smoky Lake County's request for a letter of support for the portion of the North Saskatchewan River. Since that time, they've collected feedback and they have what we've heard report. And you can find all that information on the Smoky Lake County website. And a follow-up on the February 9th, 2021 presentation to Council, the Grandmother Turtle Lodge, which I must admit I have not got the proper pronunciation, so I will not disrespect it by trying to pronounce it, but has been changed to the equivalent of many healing blankets. And the project leads have invited Reeve and Council to join a tour of the Calling Our Spirits Back program and the Restorative Justice Peacemaking Circle at the Blood Tribe on June 11th at 11 a.m. And I'm not sure if this is the moment to ask if any of you intend to attend and therefore ask for a motion to support that.
That's what I was looking to. It's one I think is important for us to have representative at, and I would imagine the motion should be for any council member who would like to attend, that we're looking to have that approval. So if somebody'd like to make that motion. Councillor Swanson. And that's for any councillors that would like to attend. Those in favor? That is carried. So if we just let Tracy Lynn know who all plans to attend. I know I will be attending.
And I will.
Deputy Reeve. Councillor Lougheed. No? Maybe. Councillor Hoban.
I don't think I'll be.
This is, Friday. Councillor Swanson. So we may try to do some carpooling here as well. So. All right, thank you.
And you will find attached the Rocky Mountain House Public Library next 4 years plan of service. It's also in your correspondence. So, but it's here just to highlight the fact that we do have a healthy relationship with the library, and they do serve our residents as well. And the plan will be used to guide their performance, operational decision making in this period. The RMA, Rural Municipalities of Alberta, has launched a web page that certainly may be of interest to new prospective candidates in the election. It's called Running for Municipal Office, and it gives potential candidates or existing candidates some more answers to key questions. And again, that's available on the RMA webpage. In March 2021, the Government of Alberta announced the establishment of Coal Policy Committee. And their committee report, their final report, is expected by November 15th, and there is opportunity to provide technical submissions, and they'll be published as described there. Effective June 2nd, 2021, various quasi-judicial tribunals, and I'm sure Council is well aware of this, under the Province's Bill 48, the Red Tape Reduction Implementation Act of 2020, that several boards have been amalgamated into one, and that amalgamation fact sheet provides that further details. And item 7, we received a notification that 13 Ways, which I know Council is familiar with, has offering a new opportunity they're calling speed consulting. And we, as administration, intended to apply and see if we would be lucky enough to be selected for this. In the initial run, it appears to be no cost if we were selected. So I'll keep council apprised, I suppose, unless there was a giant negative response across the table, but I'm seeing good output there. And that's all I have to report for my first CAO report.
That was very brief. Mr. Reid, would it be helpful for us to have a motion that supports the application for the 13 Ways Speed Consulting Program? Would that help in the application?
It would certainly not hurt.
Okay.
And if council felt that they would want to be that explicit, I would greatly appreciate it, absolutely.
Okay, I see that as a value added. Would anybody like to make that motion?
I will make that motion.
Deputy Reeve Vandermeer? Those in favor? That is carried. Hopefully that'll give you a little more sway when we apply. Are there any other questions for our brand new minty fresh CAO? I think you're getting off nice and easy today. That's perfect. All right, that brings us then to 8.2, Public Works Report. I see we have both our Public Works Directors in, Mr. Hanson and Mr. Magnus. Any questions or comments with regard to their report? Councillor Swanson.
This question's in regards to the SB 90. I remember last year we had an issue with one application that it was a different consistency of it, and was it on the River Road? I think it was, yeah. So this year, are we testing the SB 90 to make sure it's not going to give us the same repetitive issue?
We test our products every year, and in regards to last year's application, we had that product tested, and just for council's purpose here too, and our viewing audience, there was no issues with the product itself. Okay, so we applied the material in the exact same way as we do any other resident. So, but keeping in mind that with the incident we had there last year and that concern, we'll be very diligent in making sure that quality control is maintained. But we, at the very least, and try our best that each of our applications are done in exactly the same way everywhere we go. So.
Other questions or comments? Councillor Lahi.
Yeah, I have one question around the gravel roads, and this is a notice I haven't seen before, so I was going to ask the question around it. All heavy trucks utilizing gravel roads must operate on dry or frozen track only. Does that mean that if there's a puddle, the trucks are to stay home?
Mr. Hanson.
So that comes back to our, basically our commercial user, basically it's kind of a catchphrase or catch-all, if you want to refer to it as that. It's basically trying to bring to the attention to our industry users that if the road is really wet, we want them to cease use of that road. So it is very much, there again, at the discretion of our land industry coordinator and our enforcement agents, our CPOs that do the enforcing. And absolutely not, we're not looking to, if there's one small puddle on the road, calling that a wet road, but if I can show you true definitions of when traffic has used their road when they shouldn't be. You know, during heavy rainfalls, we have a few good examples historically that cost this municipality a lot of money for when traffic shouldn't have been using a road.
Councillor Lang.
Mr. Magnus, I think this falls under you. I'm looking at those pictures on the Ochis Road there, the three pictures. That's the road before any reshaping or fixing of that road? Oh, it's Eric? So it looks to be in very bad shape.
Yes, it does, and that's actually, we wanted to bring that to council's attention. So basically, our gravel road maintenance staff do a tremendous job, you know, in a normal setting to be able to keep our roads together, recover after a spring thaw, dealing with some of the soft spots, washboard, etc. The Ochis Road is an example of a road that's beyond the means of a regular beat grader to be able to fix and repair. The amount of time that he would have to spend on that road specifically would take away from his ability to maintain any of the other roads. So what we do in these types of situations is that Public Works Infrastructure, we're better resourced to actually get other individual contractors to come up and start working on these large problem areas such as the Old Cheese Road that we've had this year. This is the worst we've seen in a while. I'd say about 7 years ago is when we made a heavy investment in reshaping that entire road. It was close to probably $250,000 between our staff as well as contractors and material brought up to try to bring that road back together. Unfortunately, that silty, sandy material has a lifespan, and it's to the end of that lifespan. So we are actually taking our gravel road rehabilitation crews and resourcing some of those resources up there on the Old Cheese Road to try to put that road back together.
Supplemental?
So I remember back in my early days, 2013-14, we had a report on the road counts or traffic movements, and the Old Cheese Road had by far the largest now. I think it was over 800 back then, but of course there's a lot of industry movement at the time. Have you done a recent traffic count on that road?
We count that road every year. I don't have it at hand, but you're absolutely right. We've seen as high as 800. I think it usually averages around 450 to 500, which is well beyond the capacity of a normal gravel road. Particularly, it's one of our highest priorities, and this council set out an action plan to address that road. You know, with the reserves that are set aside, waiting for our partners to come to the table. And say I'm not going to have that speech again, but I usually do. Right? It's the county has the money available for our portion to have a long-term solution for that road.
Other questions or comments? Councillor Lougheed.
Yes, my final question is around the Highway 11 twinning. As you might suspect, that highway runs through the middle of my division, and so I've had numerous calls on some of the possibilities for this twinning. And I see that one of the things that's suggested here is that there's a realignment of the intersections, so they're no longer T intersections but direct across. So would that be involving the county costing moving that roadway or diverting that roadway to create that, or is that all going to be part of this project?
Fortunately, I would hope not, that the province hasn't come back to us as a contributing partner to this twinning. This has been their flagship project for their west of Highway 2, and I'd like to see the cost remain with the province. So really, we wanted to provide you, actually, that was, back to your question that you asked last council meeting, was the difference between the expressway and the freeway. And it was the expressway is that exactly that, because Highway 11 is a correction line. What the idea is they want to line up those two range roads so they actually are straight across from each other. So if you're going to cross 4 lanes of traffic, that they be able to transverse straight across. So that's the expressway definition. And the freeway, it would be, they're saying that's basically from Benalto going east. Those would be the freeway definition would be using interchanges. So they would take all those existing range roads and they would actually have to funnel those all to a major interchange or an overpass. So that's the difference between the expressway and the freeway. And there is a huge amount of land consultation, because you can imagine how many conflict points there are for our range roads, et cetera, there along this Highway 11 corridor. So I'm sure that the province has a great communications plan, and I look forward to hearing it and seeing it.
Thank you for that, for sure.
No, it is a key point to recognize that is where we have some changes there with the intersections. With regard to the transfer station utilization, I see we're up to 7,800 solid waste disposal carts. I would imagine as the days got close to June the 1st, we might have had a very busy weekend prior to that with last minute use. Did we see that actually happen at the transfer sites? Were they busier?
Indeed, they were. Essentially, once the notice went out in regards to moving towards a solid waste disposal access card system, we saw most of our transfer stations, predominantly Cow Lake, Everdale, Leslieville, Crossroads, increase quite a bit. And it remained about the same, even coming up to the final weekend here. And so now what we're doing is tracking to see if the usage is dropping. And we're keeping track of that and trying to develop a trend to see if indeed that is the case. So did we see even more of an increase leading up to it? No, it stayed pretty steady the entire time of the 2 months leading up to June 1st.
Okay, so it was a fairly steady incline at that point. And I see we have 10 non-residential or regional and 8 regional cards out so far. And we'll see how that trend continues, I imagine. I also noticed that we have a lagoon summary report from the town. Is there anything of particular interest there, or is it business as usual?
As far as I can tell, business as usual.
Okay. Councillor Lang?
Yeah, my question has to do with the lagoon summary report. Is the town still doing the lethality testing on the lagoon?
Yes, that would be a regulatory requirement, so they would have to continue to do that. And as per the report, it seems to be that they're passing. So they'll conduct their tests, I believe it is every quarter that a lethality test needs to be conducted.
They are passing?
Yes.
Where's that on the report?
They do indicate in the report that, I believe it is, at the very end, the town has not received any notices of non-compliance. So to me, that would indicate that any tests that need to be done, in particular the lethality tests, that those are being passed. They're passing those tests.
Before we were getting that on the report when because the lethality testing is a little bit, I guess they were still in compliance even when that part was failing because they were submitting it. So anyways, yeah, so I was just wondering if we had any specifics on the actual, whether the tests were actually passing or failing, so.
Yeah, nothing was provided to us beyond this report.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lang, I think we're under the heading of compliance on the first page. It indicates that that they are operating in compliance with Alberta environmental approval and that the town is working with Environment Canada to meet the higher affluent expectations under the federal wastewater systems, etc. So I think that that's a work in progress there.
I believe they used the same wording when the tests were actually failing, so that's why I'm questioning.
Okay. Other questions or comments with regard to the Public Works report? All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
That brings us then to 8.3, Councillor Reports. And I'm going to start over with Councillor Swanson this time.
It was a big week last week. It was FCM. And so I participated in watching. It was literally Monday to Friday, multiple hours, long days. No real, I mean, talking about post-COVID recovery, the rural broadband, I'll just say enlightenment that we haven't already heard. What was interesting was we now have a first vice president representative from Alberta, and that is Tanine Riddick from town of Vegreville. So that was nice to see, and we have some good representation from the west because Darren Hill is still on there as well and stuff. So yeah, it was no real enlightenment, nothing that we haven't heard before. More reiteration in regards to the post-COVID recovery. That was all I had to report on.
All right. Councillor Hoven.
Also had the pleasure of sitting in and listening to those FCM sessions. One thing that seemed different this time was a lot of focus on rural issues, a lot of focus on broadband, but unfortunately, in retrospect now, it seems there was a lot of talk and not a lot of action. It seems everyone knows what the problem is, but there are not a lot of practical solutions that people have to share. So it was informative, but I wish it was a little more concrete. Thank you.
Councillor Lang.
Well, other than the tour of the Element operating facility, since our last council session, it's been fairly quiet for me.
Great. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer.
I'd just like to remind that the CAPE Annual General Meeting is coming up June 23rd. We have secured Premier Kenny to address that gathering on the 23rd. Thank you.
Do we have a council meeting? No, I don't think so. Do we have another council meeting before June the 23rd? Yes, June 22nd. I'm just wondering if we need to make arrangements and have a motion for anybody who'd like to attend the CAPE AGM. Perhaps that's appropriate. Anybody wanting to attend it besides me? Councillor Swanson. So we do need a motion to that effect then for any councillors. So you would make that motion? All right. That's for councillors that would want to attend the CAPE Annual General Meeting on June the 23rd. Those in favor? That is carried. Any other things to report, Deputy Reeve?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Lougheed.
Sorry, nothing to report at this time.
Okay. Councillor Duncan, I know you did send us a written report. Perhaps you'd like to summarize?
Sure. Bighorn Backcountry is only 3 or 4 times a year, and we cover a lot of ground, so I tried to provide you there with some of the written highlights. The May long weekend, while the statistics have not yet been compiled, you know, reports generally don't come out for a couple, 3 months after the long weekend, but it was rather uneventful for the most part and fairly quiet and pretty good compliance. Just a bit of confusion over some of the new rules about where you can and cannot camp below high water marks in the Bighorn Dam itself. The groups that are on that committee are busy, of course, organizing and doing some trails work this summer, trying to follow COVID restrictions, so trying times for that, but and trying times for those out there enforcing as well. I guess the one other note I would make is that while the province is certainly putting some time and money into infrastructure out there, it does not appear that garbage will be a high priority. Hoping that people will take it out back with them as opposed to trying to provide that level of service out there. The costs would probably be fairly exorbitant to provide the level of service that people could come to expect with garbage pickup in the West Country. Rec Board is been stop and go with rec programs, and we're sort of getting into go mode again. Hopefully things will be able to ramp up with some of the summer programming and things as restrictions ease. And I think we've received the notification that grand openings for the Splash Park and NSRP have been rescheduled for June 24th. The Splash Park has been a very big hit, apparently, with the warm days that we had in May. The other thing that comes on the radar for Rec Board was we had a delegation at our last meeting for community interest and organization into considering to build a pump track in our community, which is a kind of a paved bicycle track, lots of humps and bumps on it that people of all ages can use, different types of bikes and skateboards. They come in different sizes. Anyway, that's something probably to look forward to from the community approaching our council at sometime in the future to see how that initiative goes and maybe contribute to building something in our community. They are very popular recently. I'm quite amazed the number that have been built. There's 8 along even the Highway 16 corridor in some very small places. When you look at the likes of Robb or Knighton Junction or Wildwood, those are very small communities that are, I don't know how they raise the funds to build them. A small pump track is in the neighborhood of $150,000 for capital costs, so as our ballpark figure. So anyway, it's something that should be on our radar, and we'll see if that bears fruition here in Rocky as well.
So Councillor Duncan, I think that we may have an in-house expert for that Highway 16 corridor pump track piece. Perhaps Mr. Reid would like to add a word or two on pump tracks, and we recognize that they are gaining in popularity.
So yes, thank you, Reeve Laird and Council. It was my council and staff that put those pump tracks in, and you're right, the 150 is a fair estimate for a fairly, most of ours came in at that number. I will only tell you that as far as specifically youth engagement, but community engagement, they are a very, very successful tool or amenity, if you want to use a better word. My favorite parts of the pump track story are things like we get people from tourism centers like Jasper who come through Yellowhead County to collect the set. They like to try to ride them all and find the fun and all that stuff. So as far as bringing people to the community, it's been good. But also the idea that we perhaps weren't as prepared for how popular they would be. And, we put in bleachers on all of them now. And we get a lot of grandparents sitting on the bleachers watching their grandkids. And, the magical part of community that creates and the intergenerational benefits. So aside from the recreation benefits, we've seen some spillover that, so you'll find a supporter in me as far as pump tracks go.
Thank you for sharing. I could sense you had some healthy experiences to share with us.
We did.
Good. We will be having, believe it's June the 24th, Rec Board will be holding their kind of a retreat looking at the recreational master plan. So the pump track is currently not on that, so we'll have some discussion that day. There is a process that we can follow through and orderly progression and see how this develops. So, do you have a question, Councillor Lang, on that?
It's just a comment about the pump tracks. I'm not sure if you remember, but there's that pump track in Nordic
Yeah.
where the community, I believe, raised 100,000, county pitched in 100,000, and then there was a grant for 100,000. So there's probably some members of the Nordic community you could reach out to for information too.
Yeah. Yeah, they're aware of that here as well, yes, yeah. Tomorrow is our annual FCSS retreat, taking a one-year look at our strategic plan, et cetera, so a half-day session there. June is definitely AGM month. NSWA AGM is on the 23rd of June. And as I said before, the Rec Board taking a look at the master plan on the 24th of June as well. Other than that, I think that's be the highlights from our report, and unless there's some further questions.
Councillor Swanson.
Councillor Duncan, I had a phone call yesterday in regards to the NSRP. They were asking about fence coming down around the tracks. Do you have any clarification in that regards?
Not specifically. I was able to reach out to someone and find out about a little bit more about the land that was sold there, because the concern being if some land is sold for a campground there, maybe it affected the racetrack, but it did not. The only part of the NSRP that was part of that land trade or land sale was a sliver for a road access into the west side where the new campground can possibly be developed there. With that in mind, I would suggest that anything on the track could just be maintenance or rebuilding of aging infrastructure there. I'm not sure of the plans yet for rodeo. The rodeo has been canceled, and I believe the chuck wagons canceled as well. So if they're doing that kind of maintenance, then it's only in anticipation of next year, I guess, would be or unless there's some other event that could possibly use the track, but nothing comes to mind at this time.
All right. Any other items for question or discussion on Councillor Duncan's report? Is that everything for now?
Yeah, I guess just a reminder that I did include a link. You do need your camping pass now as of June 1st for random camping in the West Country. $30 per person, age 18 or over, and carry it on your person.
It's a good reminder for everybody. All right, that brings it to how busy I've been. Let's see, I attended a Rocky Mountain House library meeting. You have the plan of service that was part of the CAO report. That was through one of our committees, and I think that the group that put that together did a fine job of it. We're currently in the process of revisiting all of our policy documents as well. And so that's in progress. Senior housing is moving forward with the work on the exterior of the Westview Lodge, and the RFP went out the end of last week. So that's out. And other than that, it has been my pleasure to be having various meetings with Mr. Reid and Mr. Hagan and our various partners in the various communities that we work with, and introducing Mr. Reid to the mayors and the CAOs for our neighboring communities, and the handoff between our interim CAO and our new CAO. So that's been keeping me a little bit occupied of late. I don't know that there's anything else that I can share from my side of things. I did take in, I think, only about 3 different things from FCM, unfortunately, but I appreciate those that stuck it out and found out what there was to share. So thank you to those who were able to do that. That being said, I think that concludes our reports. So I'm looking for a motion to accept the reports as information. Deputy Reeve Vandermeer, those in favor? That is carried. That takes us to correspondence. So, Mr. Reid, do you want to walk us through what we have for correspondence?
Certainly, Reeve Laird, I'd be happy to. So you have correspondence from the town of Redcliffe regarding supporting the RCMP as opposed to the proposed provincial police force. For information, there is an urging for this council to review and perhaps respond in kind. Again, Village of Rycroft in a similar vein. Town of Falare, re-support for the RCMP. Then we get to change it up a bit. Correspondence from the Rocky Public Library saying thank you very much for your support. And then we are back to the Provincial Police Service proposal, the APPS. And so again, an urging that perhaps this council would like to make its position known. Then, in a twist back to the library, the aforementioned library plan of service. And more than an urging here, but Bill C-21 Municipalities Information Update from Shannon Stubbs, the MP of Lakeland. And you will see that the resolution suggestion passed by council in Kingsville, Ontario, and you're being urged to consider and pass a resolution as you would see fit. So there's a lot of urging there, requests that you would join in the voices being spread to our federal counterparts. And of course, we're open to whatever direction council would like to give regarding those.
All right, so let's start with the supporting of the RCMP in Alberta. Is there a desire to weigh in on that yet, or will we be waiting for the report to come out? Councillor Hoven?
I would like to wait for the report.
Very well. Others of the same opinion, wait for the report? That sounds like thumbs up, but we'll just wait for the report. That then brings us to Bill C-21. Is there any desire to give that further consideration or response? Just sort of taking it in at the moment, I think. And that's fine too, if we want to just take that in at the moment, and perhaps we just leave it for now as information. So if that's the case, I'm looking for a motion to accept the correspondence as information. Councillor Duncan, those in favor? That is carried. Given that we have quite a bit to chat about with the closed session, I'm going to motion to table the notices of motion until after we come out of that particular topic. So looking for those in favor. And that is carried, to table that until after. So just looking now for us to move into closed session, so a motion to move into in-camera. Now, Councillor Swanson, those in favor? And that is carried at 1:36. All right. We have returned from our in-camera discussions, and we have a number of motions based on the discussions that we've had. Perhaps we can start with item number 11A, I think it was, and we can scroll up to the motions that need to be made from there. The first one is that council accepts the offer to purchase Lot 10, Block 3, Plan 1323535 with conditions. Councillor Swanson? Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. The next motion is that council moves forward with engineering on or for the Phase 6 transport layer from Ferrier Acres to Nordegg effective June 8th, 2021. Councillor Duncan, those in favor? That is carried 7-0. The next motion is that council cancels the interim microwave solution for Nordegg project and reallocates the 2021 capital budget to Phase 6 transport layer from Ferrier Acres to Nordegg. Councillor Lang? Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. The next motion is that council resumes construction of Phase 2 core backbone project from Rocky Mountain House to Olds. Councillor Swanson? Oh, did you have a question, Deputy Reeve Vandermeer? Okay.
I will be voting against this motion because we have fiber that can and will be used by the large service providers, and a trade can be made. So it is wasteful to build all of the way to Olds when building to Caroline only would potentially save approximately $4 million. And the trade could be affected to get that same service, taking our connectivity to Olds. So I will be voting against this motion.
Thank you for that clarification. Other questions or comments? Seeing none, those in favor? Those opposed? That is 5-2, and it is carried. The next motion is that council approves a 1-year full-time information technology technician position effective July 1st, 2021 to assist with the core fiber backbone project. That council adjusts, is that separate or is that all one? It's separate, okay. So that's the first one. I thought this was temporary as well. Okay, 1 year is for the temporary. Thank you for clarifying. Looking for who would make that motion. Councillor Duncan? Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. The next motion is that council adjusts the 2021 budget as follows. Increase information technology operating expenses by $34,000. Increase broadband initiative capital budget by $34,000. And increase transfer from broadband restricted surplus fund by $68,000. And effectively the last one shows where the dollars are coming from. Who would be making that motion? Councillor Lougheed? Those in favor? That is carried 7-0. I believe that is everything on the items from the closed session. Going back to notices of motion, that has been tabled. We need to have a motion to lift that from the table. Councillor Duncan? Those in favor? That is carried. We have a notice of motion being brought forward by Deputy Reeve Vandermeer. Perhaps we can scroll up, thank you. If you would like to read your notice of motion.
Reeve, my notice is that council consider directing administration to complete an engineering design for fiber to the premise for all rural subdivisions between Crimson Lake and James River Bridge within 2 miles of the core fiber backbone build, and that administration identify procurement of materials for the design and the quickest installation schedule.
All right, we'll look forward to that information coming forward. I guess that would be at the next council meeting. Are there any questions or comments? Any other notices of motion? All right, seeing none, that brings us, I believe, to the end of our council meeting. I always like to have a few minutes to have a few closing remarks. Again, thank you to our administration for your continued efforts and support, especially on a long day like today. It's been a grueling one. We'd like to take this opportunity as council to thank Mr. Hagan for your diligence in stepping up and providing us your assistance and leadership as our interim CAO in the last few weeks. It is no small task to step in those shoes, I'm confident, and thank you for that. Again, we welcome our new CAO, Mr. Christopher Reid, and we look forward to many productive years with your leadership and your guidance. For those who are watching, you can find today's council meeting highlights and video posted on our website. And by way of reminder, our next council meeting, our regular council meeting, is scheduled for June the 22nd, 2021. As a reminder to any folks in the viewing area, Seniors Week is recognized annually across Alberta, and it takes place this week from June 7th to 13th. It is an opportunity for us to show our appreciation for the many contributions of our community pioneers and to show that their continued positive influences continue to ensure that our community continues to grow and evolve. This year's theme is creating connections. How appropriate, considering how important some of the discussions we've had here today have been, and how challenging COVID has been in maintaining those connections. I encourage you, as does my fellow councillors, to continue to connect with your neighbors, with your friends, and build on maintaining our community. We recognize that COVID-19 continues to challenge our community. It has been said that the greater the obstacle, the more glory in overcoming it. We look forward to rejoicing in overcoming this global challenge. Please take appropriate precautions and stay safe. I'd like to look for a motion for adjournment today. Councillor Swanson, those in favor? That is carried. We're closing out at 25 after 5.